See now down in pit lane, Lewis Hamilton has just come in and Ted Kravitz is down there for us. Let's hear it from Ted in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, let's have a look at this this aero probe on the front wing. It's quite peculiar and unlike something I've really ever seen. It's a kind of head-on probe, just measuring the air as it hits the central section of the nose. You can see the wiring actually has to go into the cooling hole just below the prancing horse badge, the Ferrari badge, because there's no other way to actually wire it. But the mechanics, it's very the airflow under that central part of the nose section is crucial in terms of feeding the central part of the floor and then the throat of the car, as they say, and getting the maximum airflow underneath to be worked by the floor in these still ground effect rule cars that we've got this year before the rules slightly change for next year in terms of aerodynamics. But that's a crucial section for them to measure, even though I've never actually seen two probes like that at that point of the front wing. Really interesting. But they're going to take it off here at Ferrari. You can see them just taking it off now. They'll get those two probes taken away and all the associated wiring. That'll take about 5-10 minutes, and then Hamilton will be out once again. Really, really interesting. You wouldn't want to hit any part of those in a fast Formula One car on a morning like this, would you?
Well, you're absolutely right, Ted. It is a fascinating little bit of aerodynamic sensor arrangement. And what really is just striking me, as you were saying that, is those probes stick further forward than the leading edge of the nose. So the car, in theory, shouldn't be influencing that. But then actually, is it like a bow wave, an aerodynamic bow wave, that the air is almost being pushed ahead of the front wing? Because having 8 probes ahead of the front wing, well, surely if the car hasn't reached that point yet, the air would essentially be still. No, that I think they're trying to get an understanding of the airflow just ahead of the front, leading edge of the front wing, and then studying probably some more probes downstream, which we haven't seen yet, that are seeing the impact of that perhaps. But it is really an interesting layout. I've never seen anything like that other than on the front of a tractor at harness time.
Great analogy. So all the teams I guess bringing something different, as Ted was saying there, and a big thanks to Ted for picking that one up for us, not being able to strike any curbs just so they could not damage that. But it's always interesting to see how the teams bring something different to try and pick up that key data, and that is what we saw on the front of the Ferrari car. And great insight from Ted and Sam. Here we can see, looks like McLaren are almost ready to get Oscar Piastri back out on the circuit. They look very quick yesterday, Jolie.
They did with Lando in the afternoon. He had a very decent run. As Alex Brundle was mentioning earlier, actually the long run, Verstappen looked very competitive in the Red Bull as well. But Norris was the headline time, wasn't he? Fastest on the day. And the McLaren car looked very good in the hands of Oscar as well, even though he didn't achieve the lap time in the morning. And I think Oscar needs to just build on that this morning. He's got another chance, the last thing in the car tomorrow afternoon, when the car and the track should be at their best. But yeah, certainly positivity coming from McLaren. They have changed the car significantly, and they also weren't scratching their heads on the performance. They were methodical. They got through everything that they wanted to, even with the power cut. We had the extra hour and had some long runs, some performance runs, and things were looking pretty good. So Piastri's back in, and he'll try and build on that and pick up really where Norris left off.
6 different teams in the top 6 as well, so looking very competitive. But first day of testing, I guess we'll have much more of a read on the times by the time we get to the end of certainly today, and then again tomorrow as well. Very quiet out there, and that's because no one is currently out on the circuit. Everyone is in the pit lane. We are waiting for some cars to come out on the track. How much do you think we could look into the times yesterday? Did any teams in particular stand out for you guys? I'll start with yourself, Jolyon, then I'll come over to you, Sam. Was there any teams in particular? Any takeaways from yesterday?
I thought it was pick up from Abu Dhabi, really.
Yeah.
I thought McLaren did look decent. Then you can't discount Verstappen and Red Bull.
Yeah.
They did look all right. Liam Lawson was in the car in the morning, getting up to speed, had a spin, but I think the track just came towards everyone as it rubbered in and cooled a little bit into yesterday evening, and certainly rear grip helped the Red Bull. Mercedes, George Russell said it was the best the Mercedes cars ever felt in Bahrain, and bearing in mind he jumped in 2022, didn't feel the glory years. That was very encouraging for him, and Kimi Antonelli looked very solid in it. Aston Martin had a good day. There's not many people you'd say had a bad day really yesterday, Sam.
The only people who really had a bad day in terms of the lap times was Haas.
Yeah.
They were significantly off the pace, but by the same token, they did a huge number of laps, and I think they were just getting on and doing their own thing.
Yeah, they didn't care that they were off the pace, and they were miles away. They were obviously not trying to do any sort of competitive running. So, yeah, everyone seemed to be... It's very rare that you have such a universal smile in the paddock after day one of testing. There's normally maybe 7, 8 teams smiling in the modern age, and then one with a red face and one really scratching their heads. But everyone now seems to be in a decent place, and I guess it's to be expected, really. These cars are not a massive redesign from last year. The field was very tight. It was the tightest ever, and no one has tried to completely rewrite the reg book here. It's all just trying to make some tweaks and trying to dial out what they needed to.
Yeah, no bad days. I think that was kind of the main takeaway from yesterday. Well, whilst we are just waiting for some flying laps to come in, let's go back down to the pit lane. Ted Kravitz has moved from Ferrari to Red Bull Racing. What have you got for us, Ted?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll tell you who was busy yesterday was the Haas fuel guy or girl, Jolyon and Chris, because that Haas was full of fuel for pretty much every run that he did, that either Behrman or Ocon did, which is why they were going around in the 135s when other people were going around in the 130s. That Haas had plenty of fuel on it. So I think maybe Nico Hülkenberg and Gabriel Bortoletto, who maybe weren't the happiest with their cars yesterday. But let's have a think about Liam Lawson, shall we? It's amazing, Jolyon, what you said there, that this is Liam Lawson's last day in the car, this RB21, until free practice 1 in Melbourne, Australia. Get your head around that a bit. There's nothing like the impending approach of the start of the season when you think, well, this is it, second day of testing, and it's my last. Next time I'll be in Australia. But that's the way that Red Bull are doing it. Max Verstappen always likes to have the last day of running, because that's when only the latest bits come to the car, and you can be sure it's going to be in exactly the same or near exactly the same spec as it's going to be in Melbourne, and you get a full day's running. So Liam's got the whole of today. He's got this morning, which is not particularly representative. Then of course he'll get the afternoon. But let's, it's easy to forget, isn't it? Can I throw a name out there, Chris, for you? Sergio Perez. It's nice to remember Sergio, and I miss him around the place, but it's Liam's job to do what Sergio couldn't do, which is score enough points for Red Bull Racing to get back in terms of so far. There he goes out on a news. You said it, last day for Liam Lawson before Melbourne. I wonder if he's going to go for a quick lap at the end, or whether he's just happy on race running. What do you think?
Oh, he's got to go for a quick lap at the end, hasn't he? This is it for him. I wondered, Ted, it must be such a daunting prospect to be day 2 and also have your last day for what is essentially a rookie driver. It can't be optimum to not have another night's sleep and another chance to come back at it. But obviously Red Bull just favouring Max.
And day 2 almost had a bit of a scare there, didn't it, as he came alongside Carlos Sainz at the end of the pit lane, and they had the exact same plan to leave at the same time.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that Sainz is the other driver that's in for the whole day.
Yes.
So
he came alongside Carlos Sainz at the end of the pit lane, and they had the exact same plan to leave at the same time.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that Sainz is the other driver that's in for the whole day.
Yes.
So the guys were talking at the top of the show about the merits of doing a full day in the car or doing a half day. And I think from a team's point of view, it's very easy to plug one driver in. That is, you don't have to change all the cockpit settings over lunch. You don't have to change the engineers. It's just one team in for today, and then it'll be Max's team in for tomorrow. It makes a lot of sense practically. It was actually used to be the case all the time that a driver would do a day, and that was how it was. You'd do one day for driver A, one day for driver B. It would rotate around, but this was in the days where you had, I remember my first year I was reserved with Lotus, there were 12 days of testing. It was a lot. There was Jerez and 2 tests in Barcelona, so there was ample time for everyone to have a go. Whereas now, the testing is so limited, you have to do half days, otherwise someone's getting 2 days to another driver's 1. And it was changed really because of this generation of car, or the previous generation really, 2017, the cars became so physical to drive, and testing was in Barcelona, which was a much more physical circuit than this one. So you'd be looking at doing 150 laps in a day, which is more than twice race distance of Barcelona. And drivers' necks just would barely be able to cope with it, really, not efficiently. So swapping out for half a day each just seemed a better plan. The reliability is still extremely good. We expect Liam to, I'm sure he could do a double race distance today with how everyone went yesterday already. But the circuit's not as physical. And so it's possible. But I just think if I was a rookie or if I'm new to a team, I think I'd prefer to have another day of jumping out at lunchtime, watching Max, see how Max is taking the car on, having a think about it overnight and getting back in tomorrow, just to have the thought process, the thought time of how you're going to improve, how you're going to work on things, as well as driving the car in a better state. Whereas Liam's going to get changed at the end of the day. He's going to then watch and listen into everything that Max is doing, but he's not going to have that info. He's not going to have that chance to sort of learn again before Melbourne, and then you're into the cut and thrust of racing. Sainz is doing the same thing at Williams. He's obviously new to that team as well. He's a much more experienced driver, but all the other 8 teams are splitting it around, and that would be my preferable route, I think.
Julian, you mentioned there a couple of times of people at home that Barcelona is a more physical circuit than Bahrain. What is it about the Bahrain circuit layout that makes it less physical? Is it the corner shapes?
There's no fast corners, and there's longer straights. So Barcelona, the corners are long. They're viciously fast, especially now the chicane's taken out at the end of the lap, and you're just pounding around what feels like forever long, fast right-handers. You've got turn 1, turn 2 a little left, and then you're into a really long, flat-out turn 3. Then turn 4 greets you, and it's massively quick still in a sort of medium-high speed, but long 180-degree radius corner. And then you get to the end of that, there's a middle sector fast corner, right-hander, pretty much flat as well. The end of the lap, you're now drilling through a couple of quick right-handers, and your neck just starts falling off after a while. It's one thing in a Grand Prix, and all the drivers, this is why they do the training, the conditioning that they do put in, the hours in the gym, particularly over the winter. But still, turning up day one of a track like Barcelona, where you don't have any of the straights to
just
chill.
It's still like drizzling around the track. It's still very light.
Copy that. Just keep us updated.
Obviously, proper rain for Lawson would be a bit of a disaster on his final day, but they do have the chance to change the run plan as well. So if Lawson didn't get a good run in, I'm sure he could do a bit tomorrow for Red Bull. But yeah, Bahrain, it's all about it's braking, it's low speed corners, it's traction, and you're not putting the same G-force through your body.
Do you think Red Bull just want Liam to do his own thing today? They don't want him to have that comparison over 2 days of almost trying to compare himself to Max Verstappen, trying to chase down lap time. I heard the guys talking about it yesterday in terms of the rookies maybe resetting data so they were not constantly out there trying to chase lap time compared to their teammates. Do you think there's a little bit of that here with Red Bull in terms of their thinking here? They just want him to do his own thing and not have anything in terms of trying to compare himself to Max Verstappen for a full day. And as you mentioned, it's a full day in the car. He's going to do a lot of laps today.
You could argue there's merit in him not chasing the other side of the garage, particularly when we see what's happened to the other side of the garage in recent years at Red Bull with their line of drivers that have been just absolutely thrashed by Max. So maybe it's not a good thing for him to be chasing his tail in testing, because one would assume that it would be in direct comparison away from Max. But you don't have direct comparisons anyway when there's only one car out at one time. The track evolution is changing, the wing conditions are different. And I think the plan for Red Bull, it kind of makes sense, because you put also your best driver in the car at the end, you get a best read for your best chance of winning the race in Melbourne, which is going to be through Max. Fernando just sliding, coming through turn 2 at the place where Lawson had his spin yesterday. Traction still, it's been really tricky through here throughout yesterday and this morning as well. Spot of rain still on the lens, but I don't think it's enough to be wetting the track. Yeah, I think for Red Bull it kind of makes sense. For Verstappen it absolutely does. You can see some logic for Lawson, but I just think if that were me, I'd have a preference to do some driving tomorrow as well.
How does he approach today, do you think, Liam Lawson? Does he just have to go out there now and try and get as weather permitting, of course? We'll come back to this.
Is 10 kph tailwind, turn 4, turn 13, so it's lower than yesterday.
They were the 2 corners that everyone was struggling with oversteer yesterday. Turn 4, you come over the crest, the right-hander, and then turn 13 again, you come flat out through turn 12, building, rising, and again over the crest, and the wind can just pick up. And you've got a tailwind, you're just missing a little bit of downforce, and we were seeing plenty of drivers struggling with oversteer. This is turn 4. Let's see Fernando coming through here, out onto the entry curb, nicely through. Tidy.
Yeah. Looking good, Fernando Alonso, as he makes his way downhill. Right on board with him now, down in towards turn 8. How do you think, going back to Liam Lawson quickly, how do you think he approaches today and the first part of the season as well?
Well, today, I think you take every day as it comes. I don't think he should be thinking too far into the first part of the season just yet, but you want to be finishing today feeling like you can go and do a decent job in Melbourne at least, and that is by being methodical. He'd like to do some decent long runs, and he may well do that this morning, I'd have thought. And then, or maybe early this afternoon, and then he's gonna really want to get some lower fuel relative performance running. It won't be maybe on fumes, but on lower fuel with a little bit more engine mode. Again, I'd be wanting to do that just to feel what this RB21 is like and how you're going to be able to push the limits of it. What are the key characteristics? If you never take any fuel out, especially when you're inexperienced and you don't have the years of information that Fernando Alonso's got of the extrapolation of what things will be like in qualifying. If you're Liam, you're more inexperienced, I'd want to be feeling that car and start to visualize what it's going to be like in Melbourne.
It's going to be an important day for him in getting ready for his first full season of Formula One and with Red Bull Racing. On board with Fernando Alonso, good to see cars now very much at full speed. Fernando taking us downhill towards turn 8, and it will be the blast uphill now towards this tricky double left-hander downhill into 9 and 10.
He's able to be braking with reasonable amount of steering input as well into these corners. 9 and 10 is the classic, through the left, slowing it down for the second part of turn 10. Turn 8 as well, who's seemed late on the brakes, attacking, but then able to get the car turned in neatly without inducing any sort of front lockup.
We come round to the final 3 corners on the circuit, and Fernando Alonso, we can see George Russell is quickest so far from Lawson. Hamilton, Alonso, Ocon, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda. Alonso currently in 4th place, ticking off some laps now as he makes his way across the start-finish line. Fernando Alonso is going to put another lap on the board now. He has completed completed 8 laps in this session so far as he makes his way in towards the first corner. And Aston Martin watching on from the pit lane. There we can see Mike Crack watching on from the pit wall. Aston Martin, let's talk a little bit about them. Of course, one of the only driver lineups that have remained unchanged going into 2025, the other one being McLaren. How does that help a team overall? It's going to certainly, that's been a driver lineup that's remained unchanged for a little while. I think McLaren, that should definitely help them in terms of a title race. How does that help a team in terms of dynamic?
Depends how good the drivers are, doesn't it?
That's very true.
If you've got a 2-time world champion at the wheel, then it's quite handy that he stays around. And Fernando seems as motivated as ever with Aston Martin. It's the last year of this set of regs. We were speaking about it quite a lot yesterday, and there will be plenty of drivers looking ahead already to next year if they're not in a position to achieve their goals early on in this year. And you wonder if Alonso's going to be one of them.
Yeah.
He had the taste of success a couple of years ago with Aston Martin 2023, flying out of the blocks. And in both the last couple of years, the development curve has been the worry for them. Having a stable pair of hands, having an experienced driver should be perfect for that. But if you're not getting your wind tunnel correlation, if you've got bigger issues back at the factory, there's nothing really that a driver can do if things are just not adding up back at base, really. And that's what Aston have really been working to try and get on top of. They had a decent day yesterday, and yeah, I think they'll be happy with their start. But again, it's whether they can get on top of their issues mid-season.
I think, for me, the question mark, they can just see, just so we saw the back of the Mercedes, you can see those aerodynamic sensors in the diffuser. I think for Aston Martin, for me, it's about calibration as well as correlation. Aston Martin have invested a huge amount of money into their factory at Silverstone. There's loads of new rigs, simulation equipment, there's a new wind tunnel coming along. All of those things need to be calibrated. They need to be made to be accurate before you can even start thinking about correlating them to CFD, to whatever error data you've got, to what's happening to the real car on the track. Getting all of those things together, and then with a new technical leadership into that team, that's a huge change. And I think yesterday I was a bit too dismissive of Aston Martin, saying they're going to be fully focused on their Honda-powered design for next season. Actually, having looked more closely at this year's car, I think they're going to be trying some really clever stuff on the car this year. I think they might be pushing, at least at the beginning part of this season, quite hard.
It's going to be for them trying to bridge that gap to the top 4 for Aston Martin, falling away slightly towards the second half of last season. A great launch for them. They came out sounding very confident. Can they do it this season?
They certainly, from what we've seen, had an encouraging day. I struggle to see them getting right back towards the sharp end, just because of the missteps they've taken in the last 2 years, but particularly last year. They've got a lot to rediscover. They've always been good at this circuit as well, so that's something else to bear in mind. When Aston Martin come here, they normally are good in whatever guise. It is also at the start of the year when they're in their better shape. So there are a few things that maybe flatter them in pre-season testing, but you have to say that so far so good. The other team, I do think McLaren having a stable driver lineup is very useful for them, because they just seem so young in going for a title last year. And I know they won the Constructors. They kind of made a hard job of it in the end, given the pace of their car and the speed of the drivers through the season. And it came down to the wire in Abu Dhabi. And I think for not only the team, but having those two drivers, Norris, Piastri, both starting from a good position this year, not trying to play catch-up as they did last year, with the learnings that both the team and drivers had last year. I think for those guys, it's a big benefit, having stable structure, no different race engineers, the team all working the same. They've got off to a good start. I see a lot of benefits in the consistency at McLaren.
Yeah, Lando Norris missing out on the title as well. It seems to have given him even more confidence than I think we've ever seen him have before, just his presence off track as well. He seems more motivated than I think we've ever seen.
Well, I found Lando interesting last year where, we were all talking about a title race and he never was. And, we say, oh, you had a shot. And he said, well, I didn't really have a shot. Because he always had that gap to make up from the first part of the year. And there were plenty of missed opportunities through team and driver. But there's none of that this year. If Lando's going to challenge for a championship, if he's going to win one, he might not get a better shot than this year. Again, the rule changes next year will blow everything wide open, but McLaren and Lando start this year in such a good position on a brilliant run of form, and he's starting from zero, with Max starting from zero, with the Ferrari driver starting from zero. And if they can pick up where they left off, we've seen how complete he can be as well. Abu Dhabi was consummate. So this is now where there's going to be, in a way, nowhere to hide for him, because he hasn't got that deficit to sort of shelter behind and say, this is Max's. He is there to win from the start. But in another way, he doesn't have to try and overachieve because he starts from zero. He doesn't try and have to do something special to catch Max. He just has to deliver the performances that we know he's capable of.
We've got to remember, he's got a proven champion next to him, though, as well, in those very, very competitive support series. Formula 2 and Formula 3 champion, back-to-back champion. One of 4 people to do it, if we're counting GP2 and GP3. So, yes, Oscar Piastri will also, I think, see this as the exact same opportunity, and that's going to create a fascinating head-to-head.
It really is. By the way, George Russell has done really casually the fastest time at the test so far this morning.
Yes.
From under our noses. He has gone quicker than Norris managed yesterday. So Mercedes getting straight on with it, and Lawson is close as well. But Chris, on the subject of support series, first of all, you're the F2 lead commentator for this year. How are you feeling about that?
Yes, very, very excited. First of all, and a massive thanks to the team here for selecting me to do the job.
And straight into action in Melbourne.
Yes. It's all. I mean, there's a lot of rookies in this test, and I guess another one's coming for the pre-season test. No, I'm very, very excited to be taken over. Huge thanks to the team here for giving me the opportunity and stepping into quite big shoes, I think, as well. A big thanks to both Will and Alex as well, who've been incredibly supportive in it.
And how is Formula 2 looking? Who should we be looking out for this year?
I mean, Formula 2 is looking very, very good for this season. Obviously, we've had a huge amount of drivers. This is the most amount of drivers that have ever gone up into Formula 1 straight away in the championships history. So I think the success is being proven. Records broken across every single area last season. We've had the top 8 from Formula 3 just graduate, and for anyone that kept an eye on that championship last year, they would have seen on track it went to the last corner of the last lap of the last race. So I think we're going to see a resumption of that title race, in all honesty. Arvid Lindblad has just won the Formula Regional Oceania Championship. Some fans might know that as the Toyota Racing Series, as it used to be called. That's his first single-seater title win. Christian Horner was talking about him last season as he was a driver that he's keeping an eye on. He's a Red Bull Junior, and I think, for me, with that single-seater title under his belt, he could be one of the favourites this year. Gabriele Mini, who's an Alpine Junior, was fastest in pre-season testing this week over in Barcelona. Another driver, I think, definitely to keep an eye on in that as well. But you could go through a whole list of drivers. It's very, very competitive. The top returning seed is Jack Crawford, who's an Aston Martin Junior, and he will want to go and try and win the championship. So, yeah, it's going to be very competitive.
Enticing, isn't it? 8 drivers moving up, plenty of academy drivers, reserves in there.
Yeah, with 9 F1 juniors in total, off the top of my head. So, it's. I think one thing about Formula 2 is there's going to be a lot of pressure on the rookies that have just come up. It's going to definitely one I would say that could be mentioned throughout the season will be Arvid Lindblad. He's being closely monitored by Red Bull Racing from what we hear.
And we should mention, Chris, you were very much on the Kimi Antonelli bandwagon this time last year as well.
Yes, yes.
And you foresaw something that many of us didn't.
Yes.
So Lindblad.
Yeah, he's been coached by Ollie Rowland since he was 8 years old. So Ollie Rowland, who's having a brilliant season himself so far. And I think if he starts to have a really good season, then there could be rumours going around, who knows, but I think he could put himself in a position to get himself onto the Formula 1 grid in the near future, because he's that highly rated by the team. So I'd say he's definitely one to watch for the future. Another one, someone who looked very good in testing, was Ritomo Miata, who has the Toyota backing. And he's looking very good with ART Grand Prix as well. And he was out testing a Haas earlier this year. So he's definitely another one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, plenty to look out for then. Let's see Lewis Hamilton come through the end of this lap. Fastest in the middle sector, getting on with it now in the Ferrari. 2 seconds off the pace currently. He's about to shatter that, although he has a few times trying to turn in for turn 14 and then shuffling the wheel, trying to get on the gas on the exit as well.
And that is now the new fastest lap of the test, isn't it? 1:30.287. Lewis Hamilton coming across the line. Very, very close between the top two. Less than a tenth of a second between the two ex-teammates, Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. 1:30.287 there for Lewis as he now goes on a cool-down lap. We're seeing slightly lower temperatures, but is this almost even better track conditions now? It's slightly cooler out there. It seems the threat of rain is gone, and we're seeing some good lap times now.
Yeah, the car's working nicely. I think this is good track conditions. We heard that the wind is reduced from yesterday. The rubber's still going down, so the track surface is getting better and better. And yeah, the cool temperatures really do help, particularly on an abrasive track like this. And typically in recent years, you get the high temperatures in the day, then it cools when the lights come on in the evening, and that's your chance to pop in some decent performance runs. But because it's cooler, there's actually a much more stable track conditions for everyone. Russell getting on with it, and then his teammate from last year, Lewis Hamilton, now in Ferrari, riding on board with him, top of the times. And this is when you know it's a performance run, because he's gone out, he's pumped in a lap on a C3, which is a medium wall tyre here, but this will be the soft tyre in Bahrain, so it's a quali tyre for the Grand Prix here. And now he's absolutely nursing it round to try and get those temperatures down again for what I think is going to be another push lap on this set of tyres.
So we will see if Lewis Hamilton does go for that other push lap. He's just making his way round now. The Ferrari car just coming round turn 12. Lewis Hamilton looks still getting used to seeing him in that Ferrari, I have to admit. It looked absolutely fantastic, doesn't it, as he comes now through 13. But the track conditions, as Jolien said, very, very good out there for these push laps currently.
I'm a big fan of the helmet.
Yeah.
It's just clean, isn't it? Yeah. It's back to his OG colours, back to the yellow, and it's just clean. It works with the Ferrari. He's done well there, I think. And
Gabriel Bortoletto's looks very good. I know I'm not the only one that's a big fan of that. That one looks very nice as well. He's always had some really nice ones. He had a Senna tribute crash helmet last year for Imola. Looked really nice. Okay, I think we're going to go for another push lap. Lewis Hamilton coming across the line now and over towards the first corner.
Yep, full beans again for Hamilton. We can look back at the dark tint of his visor as he hits the brakes and gets to an apex at turn 1. Better traction now through 2 and 3 than we've seen earlier on. And he will open the DRS up towards turn 4. Second lap on this set of C3 tyres. It shouldn't be as competitive as the last one, but sometimes they can hang on and be close. Quite a lot of oversteer through turn 4. That's where we know there's a bit of tailwind, and it's still a decent first sector. So even though he's actually correcting a lot of small slides, there's pace in this Ferrari at the moment. The front end is where he wants it to be. It's just trying to deal with the rear that's not absolutely optimal right now. through turns 9 and 10. A short stamp on the gas, again opening the DRS down towards the far section of the circuit. Big sweep through turn 11, clambering on that curb on the entry, opening it up as much as possible. You can't really use the curb so much on the exit, or it just drags you out wide and off the road. Flat out over the crest, the Ferrari just kissing the ground, and it's still quick, and it looks calmer through the middle sector. Just turn 4 over the rise there that he was having to fight the car. It looks pretty decent through the middle. One corner to go for Hamilton to improve on his previous best. This would be quite impressive on a second lap on the C3. We'll show there's a bit more to come as well. And there we go.
2/10 quicker, Lewis Hamilton goes as he makes his way over the line. 1:30.080 for Lewis Hamilton on the C3, and that is another fastest time of pre-season testing so far. 4/10 quicker than what we saw yesterday, Sam.
Different tyres, different weather conditions, same track, same driver, very different racing car. Lewis Hamilton is significantly faster than he managed in his best lap last year, almost a full second than his best in a Mercedes in pre-season testing here just 1 year ago. And only marginally off his Q2 and Q3 best laps, 0.3 of a second off his Q2 and Q3 best laps in the Mercedes in qualifying for last year's Bahrain Grand Prix. So he's clearly enjoying his time in red.
He really is. Thank you, Sam. Collins, as we see Lewis Hamilton, pictures of him coming through turn 4. We're seeing drivers really on the limits through there. That's where we saw Hajar take a spin yesterday. This Lewis Hamilton full gas through turn 12 and up towards 13. We've just seen Carlos Sainz go P3. He was a little bit quiet in this session, but he has just come up to 3rd place in the Williams. 1:30.611 for Carlos Sainz. We're just waiting to see a real flying lap come in for Oscar Piastri now, and then that'll be everyone with a real flying lap in for this session. Yuki Tsunoda is another driver who hasn't, I guess, really set a respectable time, nor has Nico Hülkenberg, but that's about to change, I feel.
And this is a C4 tyre for Hülkenberg, so this is the softest we've seen so far this week on the Sauber. This is clearly a performance run, so let's see how he's going to get on to the end of the lap.
And he's just heading now down towards turn 11, and we're going to go down to the pit lane. Ready at Ferrari for us is Alex Brundle. Down to you, Alex.
Yeah, top of the timesheets there for Lewis Hamilton on this C3 compounder tyre. Hello, everybody, by the way. Hello, Chris. Hello, Joe. Hello, Sam Collins. Decent lap, wasn't it, for Lewis Hamilton? The C3 compounder tyre was the softest tyre we saw used through the whole of yesterday. And as you correctly say, Joe, it would be the soft compound tyre if we were to run here for a Grand Prix. So a very representative lap there from Hamilton. Very much a performance run, couple of laps to get a feel for the car. The first lap of the test so far that is within a second of the 2024 pole position lap here in Bahrain, for what it's worth. So decent conditions out here in the pit lane. The rain has stopped. It's nice and cool. But when you look at the tyre allocation, guys, you see Hülkenberg out there now on the C4 tyre. You think it would be an ideal time to be jumping onto those softer compounder tyre, but you know, in the allocation that's been chosen pre-test here, there are so few actually of those softer compounds that the teams have actually opted to use. Take Hamilton, for example, only 7 sets of tyres allocated for the whole test for Ferrari, softer than a C3 compound. In comparison to 21 sets allocated of the C3 alone. So although teams are looking at the softer compound now, very good time to do it, nice cool track conditions, they've not got a whole load of sets of the softer compounds to use. Also available this weekend, should they choose to, and again, if they wanted to, now might not be a terrible time, the new C6 compounder tyre available for the street circuits this year. Only 2 teams allocating a set of those, at which Ferrari are one, Williams are the other one. So it's going to be interesting if we do see that new softest compounder tyre very much outside of its natural habitat here, because it would not be the compound that you'd want to use around Bahrain for any kind of distance. It's very much a street circuit compound, but they may well have a bit of a look at that later on in the test. Some discussion about whether Lewis had a little bit of a brush with the gravel on the left-hand side of the car. Didn't look to be too much damage. To me, but we'll keep on having a look around this Ferrari and see if anything jumps out.
Thank you to Alex Brundle down in pit lane for us. They're just outside Ferrari, getting a good look at that car, which has just gone fastest as the Williams pulls over to allow the Alpine to go through on circuit there. Carlos Sainz, who has now gone second fastest, 1:30.152. Carlos Sainz is not waiting around this morning.
No, ding dong for Williams. That's a bit good, isn't it, on a C2 tyre? Similar time to Hamilton on track, one step harder compound. The gap between a C2 and a C3 shouldn't be huge. It's a white wall versus a yellow wall, but it is this sort of soft in the medium, and Pirelli aim to have closed the gap slightly between them. So we're not expecting that to be a massive gain when Carlos switches to a softer tyre, or switches to a C3 from there. Nonetheless, it will be something, and he's within a tenth of Hamilton out front. I wonder if it was just that the brush over turn 4, maybe, where we've seen Lewis a couple of times skip a wheel through the gravel that the team were looking at. We didn't see anything else, but he's back in. And is Carlos going to go for another lap? No, he's had his run on the C2, so he'll come in and hopefully chuck on a set of C3s for us.
Yeah, but a good start to proceedings for them, and I think he might be right in terms of running wide at turn 4 there for Lewis. Maybe that's where we're seeing them having to invest.
And remember, Carlos is a driver that's in for the whole day, so he is going to be doing some quali sims today and a race run. I wonder if this is the start of a low fuel program for Sainz. Quick runs on the C2, then he'll go through some compounds, give us a taste of what Williams can do, and then fuel her up a little bit later on.
It's very caveat laden what I'm about to say, because this is testing. You can't read too much into lap times. You don't know engine modes, you don't know fuel loads. But what you do know is you've got a circuit, you've got a bunch of drivers, and there's certain drivers you can compare to what they were doing on this same circuit a year ago. Lewis Hamilton and Pierre Gasly have both improved on their laps last year. Most of the other drivers, George Russell is a great example. George Russell's lap times today are about blow for blow with his best laps in testing last year. He hasn't really improved. I mean, there's still some more testing to do, still a lot more to happen, and we're expecting all of the teams and cars to be notably faster than last year. Year's development, that's what you'd expect, no rule changes. However, Hamilton has made a notable step forwards in that Ferrari, so I think that's down to him being significantly more comfortable in the Ferrari and the way it's driving and the way it's handling than he was in last year's Mercedes, which we know he didn't particularly like. The other driver who's significantly stepped forward is Gasly, because last year's Alpine at this time of year was overweight and pretty terrible. This year's Alpine, modification of that car of course, now working much better and huge amount faster than he was last year.
Great comparisons, thank you very much, Sam Collins. So Lewis and Pierre Gasly, two of the drivers looking quicker in comparison to last year, and it can just make a difference, that change in terms of the team and the dynamic that comes with it.
There's so many other things though with I think Sam's caveats that come into play. Track conditions are much better this year. The low temperatures are making the track pretty good right now, especially with the wind just easing off slightly. And obviously we've had a year's worth of development, so everyone has stepped forward. The interesting thing is looking at the times from last year, Sam. Verstappen was quicker in half a day yesterday than he managed at any point last year. And we know that the Red Bull was the class of the field, and it was actually struggling a little bit at the end of last season as well. So even the Red Bull, that you'd say development wasn't absolutely bang on last year, even that has gone quicker in day one than it did in the whole test last year.
And that's where you start to look at, this is why I'm doing this comparison, because while, as I say, lots of caveats, the track conditions are better, as you say, what you can do is do that comparison to see who's improved over their last year form when you can do driver to driver, particularly if a driver hasn't changed team. So you know the Red Bull is quicker now, not just down to the track conditions, than it was last year. Yes, a lot of that is tyres, a lot of that is track conditions, but Red Bull is all right. Mercedes, George Russell, there's more to come, of course, but he's pretty much on a par of exactly where Mercedes were last year, which says maybe there's a bit more to come from that car. It doesn't say they're slower, it doesn't give you a huge amount away, but that's why I was highlighting Hamilton, because that is an improvement, and as you say, Verstappen is an improvement, so I think we are seeing some drivers moving forwards relative to the rest of the field.
Bit more rain now, let me know.
Copy, will do.
And that will ruin all of my data.
we'll let you have it, Sam. Great stuff. We can see Haas out on track, and Esteban Ocon there reporting rain. Well, quite a few of the 10 drivers due out on circuit are now in the pits, and Esteban Ocon is reporting that there is possible rain on the circuit. We will see what comes of that. Yuki Tsunoda looking very happy with how things are going, sat at the back of the garage so far. It's been a quiet start to the session for Racing Bulls so far. But Yuki Tsunoda seems very happy with things. They haven't got the rakes off the car so far, but Yuki Tsunoda seems happy with things.
It looks fairly scheduled, doesn't it, for Tsunoda there? He's sitting by the car. There's no rush. The aero rakes, as you mentioned, Chris, still on the on the front end of it. So it all looks fairly routine. Big changes, and then he'll go back out with an aero rake on. But we've got through an hour now. We've gone through some fast times for plenty of others. We're going to see George Russell have another crack at it right now, and Tsunoda's there with just 5 laps on the board, having done nothing meaningful from a driver's point of view.
Spitting quite a bit more than before now.
And a moment there for Russell coming through turns 2 and 3. Maybe that is the conditions. Well, we've got to the end of the first hour of day 2 of testing. We're going to take a few minutes up here in commentary. We're going to head down to Laura Winter, who is with McLaren's Lando Norris.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. Lando alongside me. A good day, it seems, yesterday, despite that power outage causing a bit of time in the garage and various setup issues for you as well, for you guys. How was it? Quickest out there. How was the car feeling?
The car was feeling like last year, which is a good start.
Yeah.
It's a good thing. We've had our fair share of issues over the last few years, coming to Bahrain and not starting off on the right foot, but things just feel normal, which is a good start. A lot of stuff has changed on the car, so for us just to go out and check everything, make sure things aren't falling off and things are working as they're meant to is a good start to the test. So really doesn't matter if we're first or last on day 1. That only matters in Australia, but for now, yeah, just a nice start to the test. And you never know what fuel loads people are running and engine modes and things like that. So for us, it's just checking things and ticking some boxes.
Yeah, all the usual testing caveats come with the
Exactly.
timing sheets. But in terms of the time you guys spent in the garage, not during the power outage, was that business as usual and just ensuring that everything was running smoothly?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it takes, 20 minutes or something for a rear wing change, and sometimes it's floor off and floor on, and you're just double checking everything. So yeah, normal stuff. It's just fact checking things, and sometimes that takes a bit more time in the garage to do so. But yeah, all good so far. So we'll continue that today, and I'm sure into tomorrow we're just, again, checking things, making sure they're working as they're supposed to, because the last thing you want is to get to Australia and have any surprises that you're not expecting, you know. So yeah, just fact checking things. It's boring stuff in some ways, but it's what you got to do.
And can we talk about Flovis?
Yeah, a lot of
Did you get any Flovis on you? I was seeing the bubble wrap shield that was placed over you, but
yeah, I got a lot over my suit,
amount.
helmet, everything. Yeah, and
the mirror as
smells,
well.
And I couldn't see anything in my left mirror, so not not ideal, but it's part of it.
Yeah.
And but you smell it. You smell it the whole way around the track. I'm sure it's not great to be breathing in this kind of chemicals, but you know, for the guys and the girls back in the factory to see all these pictures and understand things, you know, it can be the smallest thing that even I don't even know what I'm looking at, to be honest. So I'm sure for a lot of people they don't, but for the engineers, this is super valuable stuff.
Yeah, there are some very clever people probably
There
looking
are
at
indeed.
all of that data. The human wall that formed around you as well as you came back in to the pit lane to ensure that we weren't getting any close-up photos of any of that. That was amusing. It was a really entertaining end to
Good.
the extra hour of testing for us. Anyway.
Good. I mean, yeah. I mean, they did a good job actually. There was
Yeah.
one cameraman trying to be a bit sneaky
I
and get
saw.
in, but Carrie was jumping up and down and trying to block him, so he did a good job.
There was some quite physical blocking. I
Good.
really enjoyed it.
Physical's great.
I think the McLaren is still in the garage. As I know you've been here doing some media. Is that all routine as well? Quite a lot of work being done to the front. I know you.
I have no idea. I've just been chatting here,
Yeah.
so I'm sure it is. I've not heard anything otherwise. But like I said, it's a lot of stuff is just testing the new bits. And I'm sure the guys and you've been looking into what parts are new and old on the cars and things like that. And some bits for us are quite new and differently made to how they were last year. So really getting into it and taking it apart and understanding it and making sure that there's no surprises is a big part of these tests. And so far so good. So I'll catch up with the guys in a bit and then I'll make sure everything's ready for when I jump in later.
It's just headed out, actually. You probably heard that in the background. The car is now back out on track with Oscar Piastri. Generally, Lando, coming into this season, how are you feeling? How prepared are you for what could be a very exciting year, personally for yourself and also for the team?
I feel good. I feel relaxed, which is a good thing. A relaxed me is a good me. So, of course, I'm excited. I'm ready to get going. I'm not nervous at all now. I'm sure I'll get nervous when it comes to Australia and heading out for qualifying, but no, I feel good. We're just concentrating on ourselves. I'm concentrating on myself and not getting ahead of ourselves in any way. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the test and looking forward to getting out to Australia.
Final question. How disappointed are you in the weather? I think
Very.
we all came here for a bit of sun, right? You've already had a little
I did.
bit.
I came out on like Saturday already. So I had like 4 days here expecting, do a bit of training and be on the beach and enjoy it. None of it because there's no sun here.
Right.
So I'm
And
a
rain
bit
today.
ashamed. So I'm hoping Australia will be a little bit nicer than this.
I'm asked in my ear about your ID photo for this year.
Yeah?
Could we see it?
I don't have it.
We don't have.
I'm not
You're very
trusted
pleased
with
with
it.
it, apparently.
Well, I've just not been
Could you
pleased
explain?
in the past with my other
Okay.
ones. Yeah.
Why is that?
Just because they're shocking photos. I want to look at it and go, wow, I'm cool.
Okay.
Not that is horrendous. Who's chosen that?
Okay.
It was just one of it. I think when I was on polo, I won,
Oh, nice.
Just a little fist bump.
That's your ID photo. A
Yeah,
fist bump of you.
yeah,
Well, that's really
it's
cool.
changed a lot over the years.
Okay.
Because I've also lost a lot of passes.
You do like to lose a pass. That's,
Yeah, I do. Or just misplaced them. I just had
Absolutely.
misplaced. Never lost, misplaced. And then I've had like the Muppet on it, and I've had a lot of just not great ones. So it's nice to walk in with a nice motivational photo.
Well, treasure this one. Make sure you don't misplace it.
I will not. I don't have it. So
Well, I don't know where it is right now.
Someone else's job.
Okay,
now.
we'll try and find Lando's pass and show you a very cool Lando Norris. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate all the
Thanks so much.
insights. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you to Laura and Lando. And
I like
great
that.
insight.
You get a confidence boost every time you scan in, and it's like a celebration.
Well, I have to ask you two now. What is your ID photo like?
I've been stitched up for the last couple of years. A few years ago, I accidentally shaved my head, and that's been on my paddock pass for years. And every time I
Right.
scan in, I'm remembered of that blooper in the barbers. Hopefully that's changed for this year.
Mine is actually quite a nice picture stood by the docks in Monaco from years and years ago, and I look much younger, so I like that.
So you'll keep that one for a few more years.
Definitely. When Lando Norris was talking there about having a Muppet on his pass, he wasn't joking. Now, I've seen this happen to a number of people in the paddock. It's not happened to me, fortunately. But if you forget to bring your pass in one day, you have to be very grovelly and go to someone from the Formula One or the FIA organisation and explain your situation. And you should have a pass, but you left it in the hotel, or you can't find it, or you've lost it. And they will print you off a special one-day pass until you can go and get yours. But the picture on it may well be one of Jim Henson's creations.
Right. Okay.
Whoa. Big old
there
snap.
goes Oscar Piastri running wide. So this is the first time we're really seeing the McLaren coming out now at full speed, and Oscar Piastri there just having a moment coming into turn 11.
You can see the rain coming down quite significantly now. That's just where he was losing it. I think there is some moisture on the track surface now.
So Carlos Sainz is on track again in the Williams. He's just behind Oscar, just out of shot. And he has just done the fastest first sector of the session on the last lap. So I'm not sure. I haven't seen what tyres he's on. Piastri comes back into the pits. That was a really big snap, and it did just look like a slightly slippery surface, not the grip that he expected to have turning in, and it just skewed into a big snap of oversteer. Nicely saved, but yeah, he needed good reactions.
That angle as well, we can see the rain is coming down. Here we go, let's have another look at it, Jolien.
It just steps quite nasty. That's a quick corner, that. It's turning in from the curb, but everyone's been doing that all the time to open up the corner. And so that is going to be why Carlos didn't improve his lap either. He found the same spot on the previous lap. So it looks like it's, again, a C2 tyre that Sainz was on, still going quickly, but couldn't complete the lap because he had the same moment, turning in from the curb, just collecting a bit of moisture there and finding a snap. So both of them having some good reactions and keeping the car pointing forward.
Yeah, braking on the curb is a theme there, isn't it? And is that part of the reason we're just seeing them snap there, or is it just the weather coming down there in general?
Probably a combination of the two. It's the cars now, the modern generation, can clamber all over the curbs pretty well, and they're so glued. The downforce they're generating means that they just still have the grip level over a slightly abrasive surface. We see it again into turn 4. The car we're watching right now is steering clear of the curbs because he's still got the aero rakes on. Sonoda back on the circuit, but yeah, generally you can go on them. But the classic thing that you learn from a young age is stay off the white lines and the painted surfaces when there's rain, and they do just naturally get a bit more slippery. So probably it's a factor of that, and particularly down at 11. Quick corner, catching a couple of the drivers out.
Well, the rain is falling in Bahrain, and I'm sure appropriately dressed for the occasion. Down at McLaren is Alex Brundle. Alex, what have you got for us?
Wearing the only suitable jumper I packed. It's pretty spotting down here in the pit lane, hiding the evidence of McLaren's flow viz from yesterday. You can see they'll be happy that's probably the only thing they'll be happy about this rain, because they haven't got any intermediate tyres at all, so they want it to be stopping relatively swiftly. Interesting moment for Oscar Piastri. They made a sequence of changes before they went out last time around. They changed the angulation of the push rod as it connects to the hub, so that slanting rod which slants through the front suspension, they change where it picks up against the inside of the wheel. That great big gurney as well on the top of the front wing, the top front wing plane went on, and another long change as we saw from them yesterday, where they take the rear of the car apart and make a significant change to the rear of the car. All prefaced that. A bit of a moment for Oscar Piastri. It was a new set of C3 tyres that he went out on, but a run rather muted by the conditions. It's just stopping raining again as I speak, so teams will be probably back out there in a few moments' time, or at least where I am in the pit lane, there's just a tiny little bit of a cloud moving over the pits and paddock here. Difficult conditions as it starts to rain again. Difficult conditions because teams really can't get an adequate feel, run to run, lap to lap, of what they're changing and what it's doing. The rain not only makes the circuit surface slippy, affects the way that the drivers can use the curbs and the white lines, but it also cools the track surface down, which changes the way that the tyre works. So difficult testing times, but we're limited on days, so they've got to get on with it.
Great stuff. Thank you, Alex, playing pit reporter and weatherman there. We can just see the Aston Martin coming down. Good point that he made there. For some drivers, Carlos Sainz and Liam Lawson in particular, it is their final day in the car. This is one of their last sessions in the car, so they will want to get out there and try and get some laps in, but we're just seeing the effect that it did have on the likes of Carlos Sainz and Oscar Piastri. A fine balance between the two here, Jolie, in terms of wanting to get laps in, but not at the risk of causing any damage.
Yeah, they were proper performance runs that both were on, and if you're leaning on the car 100% or 98%, then you're more likely going to find an issue when 1% or 2% of the grip is taken away, and that's what happened with those guys. Still, there were some cars circulating. Fernando Alonso on the hardest compound, the C1, in the Aston Martin. He's had a quiet morning again, 14 laps for Fernando, and in he comes. And Tsunoda's back in as well. So we have a completely silent racetrack.
We do. Well, if you are just tuning in, wherever you are tuning in from, welcome to you. Myself, Chris McCarthy, Jolyon Palmer, Sam Collins here with you for the next 45 minutes of this session. Lewis Hamilton has gone quickest in the session. He did some push laps a little while ago, looking very, very comfortable out there. Did 16 laps in total. He's done the quickest time that we've seen in pre-season testing so far, a 1:30.080 as the graphic confirms across the bottom of the screen, and it looks like Ferrari are now preparing him to go back out on the circuit, looking very confident and comfortable in the car. Just behind him is Carlos Sainz, a 1:30.1 is Carlos Sainz, doing very, very good stuff. As Sam pointed out to us earlier, Lewis is quicker than he was in pre-season testing last year. George Russell, a 1:30.3, making it very close between our top three drivers, just 0.3 of a second between them. Pierre Gasly, faster than he was last year, at 1:30.8. Liam Lawson is in the car all day today. It will be his final day of pre-season testing. He is currently in 5th with a 1:31.2. Nico Hulkenberg is 6th, a 1:31.5, and then Fernando Alonso is P7 so far. Esteban Ocon is 8th. Yuki Tsunoda, we haven't really seen respectable runs from the Racing Bulls. They've just had rakes on the car and getting some data. And Oscar Piastri was out on a push lap before a moment coming down to turn 11 brought that to an abrupt end, but we still have spots of rain out on the circuit, but Ferrari are going to go back out there, Jolie.
And Hamilton running through a practice start procedure, a couple of burnouts, and then to the end of the pit lane into the practice start area, which is pretty slippery now as well as the track, and off he went. Interesting to see the same unusual start technique from Lewis, the left hand over the top of the steering wheel to try and get perfect clutch drop, and that is something that we saw. It's only Lewis is doing this in recent years. He's taken a lot of the settings over from the Mercedes steering wheel to Ferrari, and I guess when you've just turned 40, you've been in Formula One now nearly 20 years, the muscle memory that he's got from the Mercedes switches.
Yeah, it's wet. Damn. It's raining quite a bit out here.
Understood.
He'd have figured that out as soon as he dropped the clutch and found a load of wheel spin. The muscle memory that you get, every time you press the button, it's just second nature. You know where the DRS button is, the radio button is, all of the settings. And so to try and retune your brain after a dozen years with a certain steering wheel or certain configuration is quite difficult. So Lewis taking over a lot of the settings, or trying to remap the Ferrari wheel, and that looked very similar start routine to what he had at Mercedes.
I think that's been the theme of him, just trying to bring as many things over as he can from Mercedes. He's gone out onto the circuit, and as quickly as he has done, he's come back in again.
It just means you can focus on driving the car rather than trying to remember or trying to learn different things. There will, of course, be nuance. It's a Ferrari power unit that he's not driven before this year as well, and there'll be different settings, different modes that he'll have to get used to. But in terms of just the absolute bread and butter, the basics of it, he'll know what's where, and he doesn't have to think or look down at the wheel or that sort of thing.
How much will there be in that getting used to, you mentioned about getting used to a new power unit? How much, he's gone out on track for I guess, in terms of full racing trim, full testing trim for the first time yesterday. Is that something you can get quite a bit used to in pre-season testing now?
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a huge amount in. There's been general convergence between the power units as well since the hybrid era. There was a big divide early on, and how the energy mapping and the software was working. It's all been simplified from the driver's point of view, and the power delivery is generally similar. There might be some nuance in the feeling of the Ferrari power unit when it's kicking in, how much you're having to harvest at the end of the straight. There might be a difference in some of the modes and how you're able to achieve consecutive push laps, but it's subtleties rather than anything major, and you can get your head around those pretty quickly. And just some of the settings will be different to how you're recharging the battery potentially, but they're all broadly doing the same thing.
Yeah.
The power unit manufacturers.
Yeah. I guess one of the main things for him is going to be getting used to the team, how they operate. Now you're at a pre-season test. There's going to certainly be a few differences, and that'll give him the chance to do that.
Crowd go wild.
Yes. Well, Yuki Tsunoda is out there in his Racing Bulls car. We have one car out on circuit, but we hear from the gallery that he has a rake on his car, just as they have done all session so far. So they're using this time just to gather data, and that's what Yuki Tsunoda is currently doing. Other than that, we have a pretty quiet circuit and cars in pit lane.
So, Chris, we've done F2 watch. What about rookie watch?
Yes.
6. We're going to call them rookie drivers. Karim Chandok just walked in, and David Croft reminded him that he would be a rookie driver were he to sign up for this year as well, which sort of makes the argument feel a bit strange. But
yes,
Lawson, Behrman, both having done races in 2 previous years for Liam Lawson. Kimi Antonelli, a true rookie coming in. Jack Doohan has done 1 Grand Prix already. Gabriel Bortoleto and Isaac Hadjar as well, top 2 in F2 last year, having not done anything. Quite a mix of drivers, kind of where they've come from, how they've got to this route, and how many races they've done. What are you thinking about the rookies for this year?
Very excited for all of them. I think Crofty made a good point yesterday, and it's great for Formula 2 that we've got a champion coming up. That hasn't happened since Mick Schumacher. Gabriel Bortoleto coming straight up. Kimi Antonelli is one that definitely excites me a lot. He has been considered a generational talent, someone that was destined for F1 since he was in karting. He's been backed by Mercedes since 2019, since he was in karting. One of the longest serving drivers of the Mercedes junior team, and he has been one of their biggest success stories from the junior team that was founded in 2017. And for them to have taken him from a karting driver when he was part of the Rosberg Racing Academy all the way through an F4 program and then a FRECA program, which is where I really got to know Kimi. He came into FRECA and had a huge fan base already. People that used to follow him around the circuit when he arrived at Imola, and then that just grew and grew. And when he won the championship at Zandvoort when I say FRECA,
this is effectively below Formula 3.
Yeah, so Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine is what some people might know in years gone by as the Formula Renault Euro Cup, which is below FIA.
And he's
Formula
coming into
3.
that with a huge fan base.
Yes, yeah, and it was just people knew him so well. He had a big following online. He had the Mercedes team, the Mercedes junior team with him. When he won at Zandvoort, we had a massive crowd of people outside the Prema Racing awning. And if you're a Prema driver already, you carry some support, and it was just people waiting for him. Sam, we'll come to you quickly.
Yeah, some quite significant work going on there down at Mercedes. You can see the brake discs coming off the car there, and they've replaced a driver with a crash helmet.
There you go.
A camera inside it. They're clearly doing quite a big brake change, which is quite early in the test. It's a bit surprising to see a big brake change going on, but I suspect what they've done is they've seen what the weather conditions are. decided to take advantage of the fact that the track isn't in great condition right now, and they're going to do a change that they probably plan to do a little bit later in the day. And you can see those carbon brake discs being carried away in that train. The new one's gone on at the front, and that's a big job. And that sort of cake tin looking thing at the front that looks like you might get a cake in, well, the mechanics call it exactly that, a cake tin.
We'll pick up some more rookies chats in a while, but we can see pictures of Williams currently on screen, and Lawrence Barretto a little bit earlier caught up with Dave Robson from Williams.
So Dave, I just wanted to get your general reflections on testing for Williams so far. It looked like a really encouraging day for both drivers yesterday and the team.
Yeah, obviously still really early days, but yeah, yesterday went as well as we could expect. I think car ran without any problems. When we were in the garage, it was because we were doing things that we'd planned to do. Both drivers were pretty happy, so yeah, a really good start.
How challenging is it to get a read in testing, both positively and negatively about the car?
It is tough. I think what we try to do these days is design the experiments to just exercise the car in different ways, not necessarily trying to make it faster right here, right now, particularly in these conditions in Bahrain. They're not really representative of when we'll be back here. So we're really just trying to exercise the car, collect a set of data that we can compare to the simulations, and once we're happy that we correlate the simulations well, then we can use those to evolve the car for the races ahead.
So does most of the crunching, I guess, the data crunching happen after the test when you've got that block of data to go through, or are there little things you can do as you're going along?
Yeah, a bit of both. So we can do things straight away in some cases and react immediately. Other things we do overnight. So we were here quite late last night, the team back in the factory also working on the data. So that's informed some of the things we'll do today. And then there's a lot of it which we'll cover next week. And that might alter the way we do some final development work on the 47, might affect how we set the car up going into Melbourne, and some of it is just collecting data on some like R&D items that will affect the 48 FW48s, the 2026 car.
Oh, yeah. Ah, cool. Carl's in the car all day today, a little bit different to maybe probably the most of the teams up and down the field. What is the difference there when you've got a driver for the full day relative to splitting it down the middle?
Yeah, so it's something we discuss coming into testing every year, but I mean, for us, we prefer them to do a whole day. That allows them to, run new tyres in the morning, say, and then rerun those in the afternoon. It's always a little bit trickier when you inherit someone else's used tyres if you want to do it like that. So that's a bit more difficult. It's nice not to have to do the driver change at lunchtime when there's lots of other work to go in the car. So just from an efficiency point of view, obviously like everyone else, we have to take that hour's downtime, but we don't really want that to become 90 minutes or 2 hours, which it was yesterday. So just in the interest of being on track as much as possible, we prefer to do one driver for the whole day.
In terms of the programme then for the next couple of days today and with Alex in the car tomorrow, what have you got planned?
Well, a little bit subject to the weather, so it's still spitting with rain a little bit here as we talk, but more general testing and just exercising the car, a bit more correlation work, and then we'll start to try and push it a little bit harder and try and set it up a little bit better for the conditions we have here, really just to get the driver's experience of what it feels like when it is set up reasonably well, and then from that we just get a sense of what we might want to do to the car ahead of the first batch of races.
Because we're in the fourth year of this generation of car, are you able to go searching for that performance slightly earlier over the course of the 3 days of testing than you would do, say, at the first year?
Yeah, I think generally yes. There's a few things we've changed on the car in terms of how we want it to work aerodynamically that led us to do some particular testing yesterday. As you know, with these ground effect cars, it's easy to push them too hard and find that they bite you. So there was a little bit of that going on, but we didn't find anything particularly concerning. But yeah, the nice thing is mechanically all the systems are pretty reliable, so you can at least just get straight on with running on the first day and start to look at the aero and the general performance side of things.
Lovely stuff, Dave. Well, thank you very much for your time. Good luck for the rest of the test.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you to Lawrence Barretto, speaking there to Chief Engineer at Williams, Dave Robson. And Williams having a very, very strong morning so far. Carlos Sainz in second place. Things looking good for Williams going into this season. A really, really strong driver lineup for them. It's got to be one of the strongest driver pairings they've had for a little while now. I think they're feeling very, very confident, aren't they, going into this season? A great feeling around the team, not just for this season, but they're working long term there with the pairing they have.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember James Vowles last year saying when they signed Sainz, they thought they had the best driver pairing on the grid, which felt like a stretch at the time. It still does, but it's a really good driver pairing for Williams. Yeah. You mentioned the best for a while. What are we saying? The best Williams driver pairing since...
I went back to 2019 when George Russell came in was a good one, but
Russell Latifi.
Yeah, was it 2016 was Massa and Bottas?
Yeah,
was good. 28 was 2019, 2016. 2016 was Massa Bottas, wasn't it? That was it. That was a good.
I don't know if I could put Russell and Kubica, was it, in 2019?
Russell,
but it was Kubica not in peak.
Russell was a rookie as well.
Not in peak part of his career. Rookie Russell, yeah. I think you've got to go back probably
2016,
nearly 10 years to Bottas Massa. And that's a sign of the times, isn't it, for Williams? And even then, Sainz and Albon are two really solid drivers. Race winner with Sainz, podium finisher with Albon. It's encouraging for Williams, definitely. Even if you go back beyond there, then there's a load of other years of sort of Williams not having an absolute killer driver lineup. They've had Barrichello and Hulkenberg. Webber and Rosberg was a very good lineup they had, but I think this is right up there for Williams, and it's certainly a sign of the times that I think the depth in the field is really good, and it shows when Williams have got the lineup they've got now.
Really great stuff. They've got exciting times ahead to Williams, especially if they can work with this driver lineup going forwards. Sam.
Yeah, well, during this test, sometimes, as you've seen now, Chris, sitting with me, I completely lose attention to what you're talking about and what you're doing, and dive into my laptop, and I'm staring at pictures and going through other shots on another screen here. And one of the things I've noticed about is on the Mercedes, but I've got Alex Brundle to go down the pit lane to have a look into the Mercedes garage, and I'm quite keen to see what he can see. There we go. Now, Alex is looking at something underneath the car, but I want to tell you a little bit of a story. First of all, I want you to note the hump underneath that mechanic's hands where you can see George Russell's driver number. There's a little black painted section just in front of that driver number. That's a fake driver cooling duct. It's not real, it's just painted on. Now, Mercedes installed this hump on their nose partway through last season and said, oh, it's just for driver cooling, there's nothing underneath it, there's nothing complicated about it. And when they actually fitted their driver cooling duct at a lot of races, it sat on top of that hump, and it wasn't where that little duct is. And there's a lot of speculation up and down that Mercedes are doing something clever. If you can notice, that's where their front suspension picks up. And some people think there's something to do with the front suspension hiding under that hump in the nose. And I've got Alex Brundle to take a look at that. And Alex, is it fooling your eye? And I know you spotted something else on that car as well.
My eye is somewhat easier to fool than yours is, Sam. So I think it might be. Yeah, it is curiously close, isn't it, to where that front push rod enters the front of the chassis there. You see there's a really similarly positioned driver cooling duct on the Aston Martin, actually, which is just a couple of garages down. They've got a system that comes from the roof of the garage into a pneumatic fan that actually forces air through that driver cooling duct. I saw it yesterday while Fernando Alonso was sitting in the pits waiting for his run. Interesting little piece of tech, if that indeed is, to condition the airflow or manage the air for a little further down the car. I've also seen some discussion and heard some discussion about another hidden duct. I'm very much on duct watch, actually, as I'm standing down here in the pit lane. Remember all through last year and even the year before, specifically the extremely hot event we had in Qatar, where George Russell was struggling massively a couple of years back. Mercedes drivers continuously complaining that their seat is getting hot throughout the free practice. It was kind of a staple radio message at some events. Russell and Hamilton in that era of Mercedes complaining that their seat was getting hot through the event. I don't know if you've seen anything, Sam, about a duct in the floor. I've been looking around, and again, my race driver eyes are nowhere near as good as your engineer eyes on this. That some are surmising is actually going to cool those electronics, and if you haven't, just say no. I'll have a look at it. But there's some discussion about whether there is a duct low down towards the edge of the floor that's actually going in to cool those electronics. I don't know if you've seen anything around that.
Well, Alex, as you were talking to us, we could see down the camera that stood right next to you, and until the mechanic sort of stood in the way, we were looking at exactly the duct you were talking about. So, yeah, it does look like Mercedes, but to my eye, certainly.
I'm really glad you could see that so easily, and I'm standing here.
You were describing it absolutely perfectly. Mate. Now, I'm not sure if that's just the edge of the floor wings or an actual duct. It's sometimes quite hard to see, but I think it is an actual duct just to the inside of the nose, slightly below where we're looking at the moment. But we also got, there you can just see it, yeah, just above where that cooler, so that cooling hose put in as the car comes into the garage, that's feeding the normal duct in the centre of the floor where there's a lot of electronic gubbins that have to be cooled down. But I'm just wondering, is that an edge of the floor? Now I see it, it's looking more like just the edge of the floor against the chassis. So maybe there's something more to see within that. The Mercedes is quite hard to see down in that dark space, so maybe we'll get some still photos later in the test that might give us a slightly clearer look at that. But yeah, I think there probably is something there, and I think you've touched on something quite good there, Alex. Now, I talk about fake ducts, so one of the reasons I brought that in is in testing many years ago, I think it was the Red Bull RB6, turned up at a test, I think it was at Silverstone, and they'd relocated the exhausts to right down on the floor. This was the beginning of the blown diffuser era. But to try and trick the eyes of everybody looking at the car, they painted fake exhausts in the normal position on the engine cover, and it worked for about an hour before anybody noticed they'd moved the exhausts. I wonder if Mercedes is just playing into that ever so slightly with that fake duct painted on the nose, because it's a curious thing to do. But Alex, I mean, with the weather down there, it doesn't look like Mercedes are particularly keen to go driving anytime soon, does it?
Well, we're going to have a lot of time to talk about ducts, aren't we? Well, whatever they're doing, it's working. George Russell second yesterday. Kimi Antonelli fastest in the morning, best of the rookies. So the Merc looking relatively strong in general. Going to be interesting to see how they get on. Pit lane is properly damp now. And it is only Haas and Aston Martin who've allocated sets of intermediate tyres for this test. So yes, rather a stalemate with the conditions, but I'll throw it back upstairs to you guys and let you see what you can see on the track feed.
Thank you, Alex. Great work there, getting some insights for us down at Mercedes. Likewise to Sam Collins.
We'll send Alex on duck watch if there's any more rain coming down.
And we can see no further activity out on circuit, and that is the reason why. Who would have thought it?
Well,
rain at pre-season testing at Bahrain.
You might think there's a couple of smug teams, Aston Martin and Haas, who have got inters and wets with them. But it's not even conditions for intermediate tyres. It's too dry. We're just in an in-between state, really. And it's really strange to have day two, theoretically so much to learn, even just to run round and just gather some data, and no one's taking the opportunity. The clock ticks down. George Russell muses what's going on with his mechanics, and no one fancies going out to learn anything, do a practice start or just circulate. They're all happy with the cars, it shows. There's no majors at the moment.
It's got to be I guess the worst feeling as a driver when you just have to wait around for the weather. But I guess George Russell did quite a lot of racing in the likes of the F4 categories and F3 categories in the UK, so would have been used to this, and we can see that's probably the worst it's been in the test so far, if you are just joining us.
Moist on the runoff of turn 1. That's properly damp there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Sonoda hasn't done any meaningful running today, just 7 laps, but most of them have been in and out, and all with an aero rake on.
Yeah.
So he's missing out. He's got 2 hours 20 left of the morning, and then he'll give the car over to Isaac Hadjar for this afternoon. Carlos Sainz and Liam Lawson are missing out as well, because this is their last day, and unless the schedules are changed because they don't get meaningful running now, then there's going to be some scowls going on. I think we saw one with Carlos earlier on, trying to get back out there. New team for both of them, and they really need a clean day, and this is not helping them. Intermediates. Whoa, who'd have thought it in Bahrain?
Intermediates on the Haas at Bahrain at pre-season testing. Well, this is something I did not think I would be seeing. I don't think any of us thought we'd be seeing this. The intermediate tyres are going on the Haas of Esteban Ocon, and there he goes. He leaves the garage now to make his way down pit lane and on to the circuit. Well, they may as well, while the conditions are like this, use the intermediates that they've brought with them.
Yeah, they might. If you bought them, you might as well go out and explore. And you can see on board here, look at the apron on the right-hand side there, which is the classic practice start area. Ocon opting to stay in the fast lane for that. No one coming out behind him. And yeah, there's zippo point in going on to that painted surface and getting ample wheel spin that's going to be completely unrepresented. So Ocon stays in the fast lane, doesn't practice start. Heads out, he's got the track to himself, and we can at least have a look and see the conditions with his inters on in Bahrain. Nonsense, what's happening?
It's something we never thought we'd see. Esteban Ocon makes his way down towards turn 4 on the intermediate tyres.
Look at the
on and out lap.
painted surfaces, it's shiny on the outside. It's pretty damp.
Yeah, bizarre. As he comes now down through turn 8 and up towards 9 and 10. So it's only Haas and Aston Martin, the only 2 teams that have bought any other compound apart from slick tyre. And Haas have put a set of intermediate tyres on Esteban Ocon and sent him out whilst conditions are like this to have a run. And we'll see if they decide to continue to put a few laps in. It will be interesting to see if that's the case or if he'll come straight back in the pits, but it seems he's getting up to speed.
Yeah, it really doesn't look particularly wet for inters. It looks a lot wetter off the track where the water's collected. On the track, it's an abrasive asphalt, there's temperature on it as well, and yeah, the water's not really settling so much on there, but where it's just painted concrete, it certainly looks damper and shinier if you go off the road. But I don't know if they're going to be learning much with that set of intermediates in the current state.
And unsurprisingly, Esteban Ocon then has come straight back into pit lane.
You can see the difference in the pit apron as well there, just the amount of water that's down. And when everyone's just standing around there, it makes the track look worse than it probably is. Ocon's, is he going straight through, and he's going to have another practice start? This time he peels into the correct box.
And he'll go for another standing start procedure, Esteban Ocon. And we have not had any cars on track for a little while. If you are just tuning in, we have had rain falling on the circuit. We had some cars at full speed going for push laps. One of those was Oscar Piastri. He had a moment down at turn 11. Carlos Sainz quickly had almost the exact same snap of oversteer, both of them getting the car pointed in the exact same direction very, very quickly. And since then, cars bailing into pit lane. Lewis Hamilton did come out of the pit lane to see what conditions were like, came straight back in, and now after some silence on circuit. Yuki Tsunoda, the only one who did go out with an aero rating on the car, and he came back in. We're seeing Esteban Ocon out on intermediate tyres. This is a first, I think, for pre-season testing at Bahrain.
So, Chris, tell us some more stories.
Yes.
From the rookie archives. We've sort of covered Kimi Antonelli.
Yes.
Big fan base in Formula Regional, which is kind of Formula Renault below Formula 3. So he's a young 16-year-old with a fan base. He's won races at Prema. The crowds have gathered. They've flocked to see this young protege. You were there. You were overawed with what you saw. Fast forward 2 years, and he's in the Mercedes this afternoon. And I remember not 8 months ago chatting to you when he was getting his first FP1 outing in Monza, and you were saying, watch out, Antonelli is the real deal. And in one lap, he went top of the time. So I thought, what? Chris McCarthy is right. And on the next lap, he crashed. Yes. And I wasn't so sure. But what do you think he's going to do compared to George Russell?
I think he's going to be, I think he'll be very, very quick. One thing Kimi Antonelli has proven in his career, that he can take the pressure of being a superstar. He's taken that in his stride. He's had that around him for a long, long time. And I think he'll fit into Mercedes and the atmosphere of being a Formula One driver very, very quickly. And one thing we did see from that FP1 session is he's not going to be holding back, that's for sure. No. So I think he will be going out there to try and push George Russell very, very quickly. He's very young driver still, so he does have some things that he needs to learn. But Prema, last year, he was teammates with Ollie Behrman, and he did beat him. Ollie Behrman did miss some rounds due to F1 commitments, but in the quali heads-to-head, he was ahead of Ollie Behrman. He finished 6th in the championship, despite the fact that he missed the final round. So he was impressive in a struggling year for Prema Racing. So I think he'll be impressive. Interesting to see how some of the others get on as well. Isaac Hadjar, another one who we can keep an eye on. Racing Bulls, it will be, I guess, a crucial season for him going straight in. I remember watching Isaac back in 2018 in the FIA Karting European Championship. And then
Were you commentating?
Yes, I was. And Gabriel Bortoletti
Grown
was
up
there.
with them all.
Yeah. Well, he came to Formula Regional in 2021. And the schedule changed because of the pandemic, which meant we did the first 3 rounds of the championship with Formula One. So we went to Imola, Barcelona and Monaco, and Isaac Hadjar went to Monaco as a rookie, qualified on pole, finished 2nd and 1st, and I think that was the moment Red Bull noticed him as a driver, because he turned up to Zandvoort 2 rounds later with a Red Bull water bottle and Red Bull on his crash helmet. He wasn't part of the junior team yet. That happened a year later, and his I guess his aura as a driver, he changed completely. He was even more confident than before. I told him I think I came down the stairs at Zandvoort and said, "Oh, you're the quickest of the rookies," and he completely didn't care. He was like, "No, I need to go and win races," and all of a sudden it was, "I'm not going for rookie wins. I'm going for the championship." He became the rookie champion that year, but he was disappointed. He wanted the overall championship win, and from that moment, Red Bull have backed him all the way. He's one of the, I guess, one of few drivers that took the Red Bull livery on and got better as a driver when he took that on. He did really well in Formula 3 and Formula 2, and I'm very excited to see how he gets on, actually, throughout the course of this season. Similar to one interesting thing about him, actually, he just went karting, him and his dad. His dad was his mechanic. 2012 to 2017, they even raced in the FIA European Championships, kind of just with his dad as his mechanic. And his dad can now no longer has the use of 2 of his fingers now because of working on the car and working on the rear axle of his car. So, but his dad is.
We talk about parents' commitment to their kids' racing careers.
Yeah, but he actually did turn up to Barcelona in 2019 with his karting crash helmet and got it signed by a lot of the drivers. And I hear he plans to bring that back this year and get it signed by Lewis and Max as well. So a really nice moment for him. But there we see Esteban Ocon back in pit lane now with the intermediate tyres. That's someone we haven't seen back out on circuit just yet, Oscar Piastri.
Nope, waiting. And Oscar had a bit of a steady start yesterday morning as well, methodical with McLaren, and he could have done with turning up the wicks slightly, I think, given what we saw with Lando jumping in and seeming to take the ball forward for McLaren. Oscar not able to get a decent feel for it yet.
Well, we are seeing Oscar Piastri down at McLaren, and we are now going to go down to Aston Martin, where Alex Brundle is. Alex, let's head down to you. What have you got for us down at Aston Martin?
Yeah, I popped a couple of garages down just to continue the duct watch. Really, there's that pneumatic system that blows from the top of the garage setup into the front of the Aston Martin. But what I wanted to pick out is something Sam picked up yesterday in his analysis, which is the duct which sits just underneath the side of the halo. We're not quite sure yet where that actually is leading to, but it's something that picked up relatively late in sort of analysis of this car after it came out, and we had a decent look through all of the more basic, more broad brush stuff. It's an interesting one, that a little kind of hidden duct then down by the side of the cockpit, but a couple of other things going on down here in the pit lane while we're in this little wet intermission. A lot of seat stuff going on for drivers. Of course, drivers moving teams. Pierre Gasly, a couple of garages down, is sat in the Alpine, just with his helmet off and a group of mechanics around him, talking through exactly what he wants. Seats are being taken in and out of the Williams as well. Both drivers down there looking into exactly what they want here. Good to see the Aston in its natural habitat. A couple of things on show in here. You've got obviously the headrest sitting there down by the side of the car. Blue material at the moment. There's a blue one and a pink one. Depends on which temperature the session is being run at as to which headrest teams and drivers are required to use. They're different consistencies of foam material, and they've left a steering wheel in its natural habitat as well. I was having a count on the top of it, 22 individual settings on the front of that, on the front only of that steering wheel. 9 of them appear to have multiple modes, so that's just how much is going on, but all very calm and quiet. I came down here to see if Aston Martin were going to be one of the 2 teams with inters at the test to run on inters. So I betted on red, and I spun wrong. But there we go. Interesting as ever to have a look around the next and latest generation of Formula One car. Thanks to Bernie Collins, who's forwarded information, bit of feedback on how they feel the test is going down here at Aston. They've been focusing on trying to get the car to turn in those longer corners, not necessarily focusing on gaining more downforce or gaining a greater charge, but more in spreading that downforce through the range. So making sure they have good downforce in the high-speed corners, but also in the low and medium-speed corners to make sure the car turns. Sequence of developments around that. They said coming into the test that 99%, as so many teams did, 99% of the aero surfaces are new. Interesting for this year as well, that overbite in the side pod to grab air and send it in the direction that they want. The Aston Martin has one of the most pronounced ones, actually. You can see that very aggressively shaped sort of peak to the front of the inlets down at the side pod, but yeah, interesting to see. Well, we've got plenty of time and nowhere to go.
Alex, before you go, can you see any other Aston Martin front wings and noses around outside the garage? Because the nose they've got on the car is one of 2 versions of the Aston Martin front bodywork that are available. No, they've taken them all away. Thanks, Tom, there, our cameraman, who's making it very clear that no, they don't have any other noses on display, because I think they're trying to hide them.
It's interesting here because testing is operated, which is why when we were just down at Mercedes a few moments ago, testing is operated under the free practice regulations with regards to covering the front of the garages, which means that teams need to work on their cars with the garages open unless they have the floor off, in which case they can cover the front of the garage. But normally when we go to a free practice at a Grand Prix, you do get the lineup of the wing elements out front that they're planning to use. They're not required to do that here, so we don't get the full look at all of the front wings, so you're going to have to get even closer to the laptop screen for that one. But yeah, that is the current element of front wing that Aston Martin are using, and that's the only one I can see.
Thank you, Alex Brundle. Great insights there for us. It's been up and down the pit lane in this first couple of hours along with Ted Kravitz and getting some nice information at a point where the track is completely empty, and that is because we have had rain falling. If you are just tuning in, a warm welcome to you. We have had rain falling on the circuit. We did have Esteban Ocon go out on the intermediate tyres a little while ago, but just a couple of laps going out the pit lane and back in again. And currently we have no activity on the circuit. Everyone is waiting for the rain to stop and the track to dry up again, Jolie.
Yeah, frustrating for everyone, not least Oscar Piastri there sitting on the pit wall now, headset on, bit of chit-chat, but really there's nothing for him to debrief from his point of view. He's just been another one of those drivers, just aero wrecks on the car. We saw it on the McLaren earlier on, 7 laps, no time. But I guess whilst some of the others have got times on the board, George Russell's done 28 laps in the Mercedes, Esteban Ocon has done 28 laps in the Haas. A lot of the others also haven't got a huge amount of meaningful running. The times are not there for Piastri. He's not done any level of well, a lap at all, timed lap. Same with Tsunoda, who's just had aero wrecks on. But it's about 3 runs they're short compared to those others at the moment. It all helps, and again with Oscar, he didn't get the performance running yesterday, so he's just had a metronomic run plan, which was what McLaren were carrying over this morning. And then the rain has sort of scuppered it. So their lazy methodical shouldn't be the 2 words, really. Their slow and methodical progress from this morning was all well and good until it rained and they wanted to crack on.
I guess the drivers this is worse for is Liam Lawson and Carlos Sainz. Liam Lawson's had 15 laps, Carlos Sainz 14, and if things are not to improve, they could lose a big chunk of testing. Sam?
There's been a lot of change at the Alpine team in recent times. This man, Flavio Briatore, he seems to have taken charge of the team along with Ollie Oakes, but the exact division of responsibility isn't exactly clear, certainly from the outside isn't exactly clear. Briatore obviously masterminded the Benetton domination. That was the previous name of this Alpine team before they were Renault. Jolien, when you were at that team as a driver, was Flavio involved, or was that post-Flavio era?
Oh, I'm not that old, Sam. Post-Flavio era was like 2009, wasn't it? It's yeah, no, I came in 7 years later, and he was nowhere to be seen at that point. He has now come back, and he's hands-on with the team there. He's literally by the pit wall, hands-on right now, but he's across what's going on, and he was obviously the mastermind of their best years as well, Flavio Briatore, with Pat Simmons at the helm there at Renault or Benetton even. 2 times 2 World Championships for Schumacher and Alonso. A long breakaway for them, and now Flavio back. Ollie Oakes there on a sort of day-to-day basis, but certainly Flavio behind the scenes is still having a huge say.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how that team is going to evolve. Taking Mercedes engines next year, and the 2026 World Championship is going to be the first year for, I'm guessing, since some point in the 70s, where there will be no cars on the grid with an engine designed by Renault competing in Formula One. The first Renault-powered Formula One car was, of course, an Alpine anyway, but they never raced it. And then they went into that yellow Renault that didn't work very well, the RS01. And they've just carried on consistently in Formula One ever since, sometimes under different brands, Mechachrome, Super Tech, Playlife, and that was back in the Flavio era, the Playlife engines. Those power units, those engines were just a staple of Formula One. So with a big change like that coming to power units, because Jolene, something you did deal with in your era at Renault was the time when that team was chopping and changing power units. You had the Lotus Renault, then Renault again. They went from Mercedes back to Renault, and then they couldn't really settle on it. And all that same time, I think they retained big chunks of that car. The monocoque and the gearbox were modified but weren't introduced as new ones. Do you remember any of that?
Well, the Mercedes was the better engine, but the Renault had to have the Renault, which was a great shame. And now they've decided that the Renault doesn't have to have the Renault. It can go back to Mercedes, which will be a performance relief, I think, for the drivers. Maybe, there's bigger questions in play for Alpine, of course, not Renault, but it's kind of one and the same. But hey, if I was driving, if I was doing or Gasly, I'd be quite happy having the more powerful engine.
Great stuff, Jolien Palmer, Sam Collins, and a thank you to you both. That brings an end to our stint for testing for day 2. We'll be back this afternoon with Alex Jakes to kick off proceedings for the afternoon session. David Croft and Karun Chandok will now step in to bring you to the end of testing, hopefully with slightly better weather conditions as we head into the final 2 hours.
So, yeah, down here at Mercedes, wandered down a few moments ago, George Russell popping out of the garage just to ask me if it stopped raining here to check in on their run plan. Moving forward, I'm sure the team are all over it. The big change that they're making, almost finished here. They've been doing a significant amount of work to both of these front brake drums all the way through the test so far, especially that left front with Kimi Antonelli. A lot yesterday. He popped out of the garage as well and just had a quick word, said it's a real shame, about this rain because the circuit was so quick. Just before the rain came down, we're going to lose all of the rubber on the racetrack and to a degree start again. But should be relatively okay to go back to dry conditions once this car is back up and running again. They're just fitting those final shrouds over the brake drums. George Russell getting ready to jump back in the car. So hopefully this little wrap up from Mercedes is going to signal us being able to get back towards some dry running. And we were moving towards softer compound stuff through the early morning. Teams will be happy that they got that softer compound running done. So it's going to be interesting to see what George Russell can do in a Mercedes that's looked pretty strong so far throughout this sequence of test days. And yeah, George will be hoping to continue on with that work. Well, it's all change down here at Mercedes, and it's also all change up in the commentary box where David Croft and Karun Chandok are going to be taking over the mantle. So over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Alex, and a very happy Thursday to you, wherever you are watching around the world. And it is a happy Thursday, because alongside me in the commentary box is Karun Chandok, who I haven't seen for a few weeks. How are you, mate?
I'm good, yeah. Nice to be back. Nice to be talking about F1 2025 for the first time.
Lovely to see cars going around the track.
Yes, well, we're not quite having that, but still, I think it's the appetizer, isn't it, before we get down to Melbourne? And so it's just nice to be here.
Yesterday, while you were away from proceedings, I left the commentary box with Rachel Brooks, and about a minute later, it literally was lights out.
Yes.
And that's the end of that sentence, quite frankly, because there was no away we go. And I may have popped in and stood there laughing while Alex Jakes was like, what the hell's going on here? And now it seems that Alex Jakes has got us back, because
yes.
he has ordered rain. And rain in Bahrain, which does happen.
Well, rarely, but yeah, it does. I mean, I remember being out at the test, it must have been a couple of years ago, Crofty, when we were there. Remember we had that sandstorm. We went to the top of the control tower to do a sort of lunchtime review of the morning, and the sandstorm was blowing through. We couldn't actually see the track. So you do get a bit of everything out from Bahrain. I appreciate rain in the desert is somewhat less expected than a sandstorm.
Rain stats. This is the extent of my preparation.
Right,
here. Rain stats. It rained during the GP2 qualifying in 2013 in Bahrain. 5 minutes after the start of the session. Didn't really affect that as much, but it did rain. It's never rained during F1 sessions on Grand Prix weekends in Bahrain, but there was a massive rainfall in 2016 on the Thursday, and
I remember that. Yeah.
And the following day in 2019, absolutely hosed it down.
Yeah.
And it rained in 2020 as well, around the time of the Grand Prix weekend, but obviously we were in November in that stage. We had 2 Grand Prix weekends in Bahrain.
Yeah.
And it's fabulous. We had 2 Grand Prix weekends at the same circuit on different tracks. I'd bring back that Sakir.
I really enjoyed that little layout.
It was mega.
It was under a minute, wasn't it, for the lap time?
Yeah.
50 odd seconds.
It was literally fast and furious, especially if you were George Russell, who could easily have won that race.
Yeah.
And didn't.
What an amazing race that was, though.
Yeah.
Just
and Sergio,
so much going on.
Sergio Perez going from last at the end of the first lap to winning his first race.
Yeah.
It was superb.
Pierre Gasly?
Yeah, Pierre Gasly.
Is that a new hairdo?
Well, yeah, it is a brand new hairdo. This last week in London, it looked like Jack Doohan had taken the shears to Pierre Gasly and decided they both had the same haircut. In tribute, I think, to Ollie Oakes, the team principal. It was like less is more, as far as they were concerned. But it seems that Pierre's hair has grown quite well in the 7 days since we last saw him. Obviously, with the crash helmets on, you don't get to see any hairstyles whatsoever.
Looks like it's stopped raining now.
Yeah. This is what it looks like in the infield. It's not really a field, in the in-desert.
In the in-desert.
In the middle of the track. That puddle on the left-hand side has been caused by the rain today. No, it hasn't. It's a little oasis in the middle of the desert.
I've never seen this part of the track. I've been going to Bahrain now for nearly 20 years. I have never seen this.
You should be an F1 photographer then. This is where all the F1 photographers go and stand and get their amazing shots under the lights. But this footage, this is drone footage. We've got a drone wandering around. I love it. We might get some very different shots of the cars. Talking of, look, Ollie Oakes on the left-hand side, Flavio Briatore with more hair on the right-hand side, and in the middle, new recruit at Alpine and back in F1, Dave Greenwood, who you might remember from your kind of Manor Marussia days, or you might remember from his days as Kimi Raikkonen's race engineer at Ferrari.
Well, he was also at that Enstone team before that.
He was.
So he, he's gone full circle. And actually, the guy on the left, Richard, has joined them from Williams. He was looking after the tyre. He was sort of head of the tyre department at Williams. So again,
official
another
tyre whisperer.
Yeah. So another recruit on the Alpine pit wall there. So Dave Greenwood, he's a tough character, Dave, doesn't he? He doesn't suffer fools.
No, he doesn't. I've got a lot of time for Dave, though. Not only does he not suffer fools gladly, but he talks a lot of common sense. And he has been there at the sharp end for many, many years at Formula One. Took a break out and went into World Endurance Championship.
Well, he went to work for Ollie Oakes on the high-tech F1 project, the sort of stillborn high-tech F1 project, and then carried on as the technical director across his junior Formula team. I think when Manor folded up in F1, they went to the World Endurance Championship, and Dave went there. So, yeah, very, very experienced. Been on the pit lane a lot, and slick tyres for George Russell. So here we go.
Drying up nicely. There was us thinking we'd waffle on about hairdos for hours on end. That is not going to be the case. If you haven't been with us and you're only just joining us, welcome. Lewis Hamilton with a 1:30.08 has the fastest time of the morning session so far from Carlos Sainz, who you might have just seen wandering across the pit lane to go and have a chat with those on the pit wall a couple of moments ago. 1:30.1 for him, 2/10 back to this man, George Russell, in the Mercedes. Pierre Gasly with 1:30.8, and then we're into the 1:31s. Liam Lawson at 1:31.2 in the Red Bull. Nico Hulkenberg at 1:31.5 in the Sauber. Fernando Alonso 1:32.9. Esteban Ocon in the Haas at 1:33.7, and Yuki Tsunoda with a 1:37.9, and Oscar Piastri without a time to his name so far, and only 7 laps on the board for Oscar Piastri. And I don't want to get into making definitive statements. We're not even halfway through the test yet. But McLaren are either really, really confident about what they've got, or they've had a few little issues. Because of the cars so far that we've seen on the track, it seems to be the one that's spent a bit more time in the garage than the others. Yesterday, Lando Norris took an age to get out to the track in the afternoon session. But according to the team, plan changes. There was nothing untoward about that. He did come out, of course, and with a 1:30.4, hit the fastest time of the day.
But that, to me, is a sign of a team who's confident with their correlation, Crofty. You know, we saw last year that generally, whenever they put updates on the car, it delivered the performance and the lap time that they were expecting, which wasn't the case with Mercedes, for example. You know, there are times where they were baffled with their performance. It wasn't the case with Red Bull. It wasn't the case with Ferrari. If you remember, middle of the year, they lost their way around Barcelona time. Whereas for McLaren, I think generally, whenever they put what they thought would add performance to the car, it did. So I think they're clearly confident that, okay, we don't need to be doing a high quantity of laps here to understand what we've got and what bits we're putting on the car. It's about quality of data, quality of laps. So, yeah, I think that's a sign of a team. You know, the aero department led by Peter Prodromou, who signed a new contract and an extension there at McLaren. It's just, I think, an indication that they're confident that they know what they're getting.
I popped down to McLaren a few weeks ago. I had lunch with Andrea Stella.
Oh, yeah?
He invited me down for lunch, which was absolutely wonderful. I must admit, to spend a bit of time having a chat with Andrea, who is a man that when he talks, everybody listens, because pretty much most of what he says makes perfect sense. And you kind of think to yourself, well, why didn't I think that way before? To be honest. But there was an atmosphere at the factory, and I'm not comparing it to other factories because I can't do that, but where everybody seemed to be in a really good place, you know, really happy, knowing what they're doing, understanding what they're doing, getting on with the job with a smile on their face, and just loving life, which you'd expect from the constructors.
So just one thing, I've just noticed George's steering wheel looks a bit right hand down. Look, when he goes in a straight line, it's not quite straight. Watch
okay,
here.
You see it here.
There, look. Yeah, right. Look at the sticker on the top as a reference. It looks slightly right hand down, doesn't it?
So is that something you can just put up with for the rest of the
It looks
stint?
like they're doing some, you know, this is not any form of high performance run, so it's not going to affect the data, the information they're trying to get off the FlowVis paint, for example. You know, that's still going to flow in the right way. So I think they just thought, right, we'll run for now and we'll sort it out when we get to the break. Sorry, but coming back to Andrea Stella and McLaren, I agree. You know, Ted and I went down at the back end of last year, and there's just this real feeling of Abu Dhabi's done. We had a tremendous party in Bahrain, great fun.
Yep.
But actually, on Tuesday, Wednesday, their mind is already onto next year, and the boss has arrived at Ferrari.
So, Lewis, I've spent a lot of money on you, and how's it going to work out? Is that how that conversation's going? No. It's how you feeling? How you feeling?
How you feeling? Yeah. John Elkann, of course, for those of you who didn't recognise him, the big boss, the member of the Agnelli family, the anointed successor of the Agnelli family, who is now running that.
But very much the man who brought Lewis Hamilton to Ferrari.
Absolutely, yeah.
He was very much involved in that deal. And to go back to McLaren, Ted, you've been down there as well, and we can bring you in whilst we ride on board with George Russell. Did you find that you know, it just seems a really happy, well-connected ship where everybody is working for the same common goal, and the infighting isn't there that you might get at other places from time to time? It just seems like a really good place to be.
Well, hello, Crofty. Hello, Karun. Welcome, everybody, back down to the pit lane. Crofty, welcome to a slightly damp pit lane. Before I answer that, the only question remaining from your lunch with Andrea Stella was, did you have the beef or the chicken? Or was there a fish or a vegetarian option?
It was a fish with a cauliflower salad.
Well, did you get any papaya? Because when Ted and I went down there, Ted very kindly brought them a papaya to celebrate their championship. At which point the race engineers and Randy Singh, their sporting director, all turned around to him and said they'd never had a papaya down at McLaren before, which was bizarre.
Papaya was not on the menu, Ted, but you'd have loved this. Andrea said to me, he said, have you got plenty of time today? I said, yes, I'm not doing anything this afternoon. He said, good, should we have a walk after lunch? I said, yeah, where should we have a walk around? He said, well, I'll take you around the factory if you want. So I got a factory tour from the boss. He said, so what do you want to see that you've never seen before? I said, wind tunnel simulator. And he almost choked on his cauliflower at that stage because they're not allowed anywhere near the simulator for obvious reasons. But he did show me the wind tunnel. It's fantastic.
Yes, very impressive. And it's up. Was it up and running already by the time you were there, or are they still commissioning it?
Yeah, no, it was up and running, and there were
were
people in there with a model putting things on the model and stuff. And I've no idea what the model was of because they wouldn't tell me. They were sworn to secrecy.
Good. Well, it was still being commissioned when Corinne and I were there in December, but that's good that it's ready. Let's bring you down, Crofty, to the McLaren garage. And the answer to your question is both. Both a few things to sort out, but also confident about the package that they have down here. As we just see Oscar Piastri asking, what's this between my legs? I think he's just something. Aaron is in the cockpit. And, oh, it's a spanner. Look at that. Someone's left a screwdriver in the cockpit. No wonder Oscar was saying, what's that between my legs? And the mechanic is saying, sorry, Oscar, I forgot about that. Gosh, that's funny. I hadn't seen that. You don't see that very often.
For future reference, the answer to that question is always, it's a spanner. That doesn't
it's a spanner
at all.
No. So maybe that mechanic who left his screwdriver in there wasn't expecting Oscar to get in. Yeah, they have. So in the words of Lando Norris, they have a few things to sort out because this is a new car and there are more changes on it than the outside would suggest or that you might think was necessary given that they won the last Grand Prix and are the form team going into the season. But once they're on top of all those things and how to set this car up differently, it's quick and they're confident, which I think is really interesting. Now, Oscar's had the morning running for the first 2 days, and Lando's got the afternoon today, as he did yesterday, but then Lando's got the morning tomorrow. If it dries out, I've got to tell you down here at McLaren, I think Lando's going to be the driver who's going to go into this first race better prepared in terms of having the better conditions. It's a coin toss, isn't it, Crofty, Karun? I think the way they do it, unless you're Red Bull, who Max Verstappen always gets the last day to himself pretty much, and that's the case here as well. This is Liam Lawson's last day in the car before Melbourne. And I think there's some other people who are doing Carlos Sainz, the way Williams have split it up. Alex Albon's got the whole day tomorrow. It's a coin toss to see who gets the less representative morning times. And of course, Lewis Hamilton's had both the morning sessions and Charles Leclerc's got both the afternoon ones at Ferrari. So, unlucky with the weather. But, just a final thought from me from this section down about the appearance of John Elkann. And, you know, Crofty, how I like to get excited about these things.
Yeah.
But when was the last time you saw the main man at the Fiat Group and Ferrari, the president, the man in charge, the man who signs the checks, at day 2 of pre-season testing? I'm sorry, this doesn't happen very often. That is a key appearance there by John Elkann, who's flown in, presumably on his own company jet, to touch base with Lewis Hamilton and the Ferrari team. That's really interesting to see him there, pink trousers and all.
Oh, absolutely, Ted. But it's a hark back to when they last signed a world champion mega star in Michael Schumacher, and anyone who has a quick look online will see then John Elkann's uncle Gianni Agnelli in the pit lane with Luca Di Montezemolo, going to watch this huge asset that they've signed and brought to the team. So Yeah, I agree with you. You know, it underlines the significance and the importance to the Ferrari group, not just the F1 team, of signing Lewis Hamilton.
I read a report on yesterday's first day of testing in one of the newspapers that described Lewis Hamilton's first day at Ferrari as underwhelming, or first day of testing as underwhelming, which I didn't really pick up. He was just going through the program as it was.
You sure they weren't talking about the England batting in the cricket?
Oh, don't bring that up. I mean,
getting knocked out of the Champions Trophy.
Losing to Afghanistan. Well done. You know, England's... I don't think it was England's batsmen as much as the bowling yesterday, to be fair.
325 was never going to be.
Thanks,
anyway,
Varun. You know,
sorry, back
cheers
to
for
Formula
bringing
1.
up cricket. I've really missed you.
Yeah. By the way, just looking out on these pictures, there's still a bit of spray coming off the curbs, isn't it? I think the asphalt itself seems to have dried. It's quite a coarse asphalt that they've got on the Bahrain circuit. But if you look at when the cars just touch the curb, you see this little sort of hint of a spray still coming off.
That track temperature is about 9 degrees colder. Maybe 10 degrees colder than it was yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. Around about this time. Their temperature's about a degree down. I mean, it's you know, we've gone from Barcelona to Bahrain to get sunshine and warmth and guaranteed running. And we turned up on one of their coldest weeks that they've had in many a long year. The 16.6 degrees track temperature is not, I wouldn't say is ideal.
I mean, what are we going to go next? Go to Sepang? Go back to Sepang. Actually, as a neutral circuit that we don't race that anymore, we can go.
Fantastic.
It's guaranteed to be hot. You'll get a thunderstorm between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. You can test the wet tyres. And it's on the way to Australia. There you go. Let's do that.
Brilliant idea. I mean, as much as I think the Bahrain circuit is perfect for testing in terms of the facilities and the location as well, in relation to where the first races are going to be, let's all go down to KL for a few days.
Yeah, it's a neutral circuit. MotoGP go testing there, don't they? So
I wish we were still racing there.
I really, of all the new circuits, that is actually got to be one of my favourites. Austin and that one.
Yeah. I'd sling Mokpo into that as well, but in a different location. I like the Mokpo track.
Oh, I see.
I didn't necessarily think that 4 hours by coach from Seoul was a good place to put a track.
You did not look happy as we were staying in the Adam and Eve Hotel in Mokpo all those years ago.
The Adam and Eve Hotel.
I think the exact words were, "What are we doing with our lives?" were the words that you said to me when I walked in the lobby.
If you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, a room designed to keep you awake at all times.
Blue fluorescent lighting.
Bright blue fluorescent lighting. Bright white tiles on the floor. No creature comforts whatsoever. The Adam and Eve Hotel. I wonder if it's still standing.
I don't know.
Would you Adam and Eve it, as they say?
Yeah.
Just move Mokpo somewhere. The actual track.
The track was great. Yeah, if it was 5 hours closer to Seoul, it would have been tremendous.
20 corners, couple of long straights, and the added hazard of a safety truck wandering onto the track at any time. Oh dear.
Yuki Tsunoda he's not done many laps so far, has he? And he's not actually done any real representative running.
No, but this is on the C3. You kind of think this is more performance run than race simulations for a tyre that will be the softest tyre in the range come the Grand Prix. But he's still in the 135s.
No, but 35.6. That's sort of in race pace territory, wasn't it? If you compare. If you look at what Haas were doing yesterday, they were in the 35s, weren't they? Low 35, something like that. So that's the sort of, so he's probably about to head into a reasonable race run, you'd have thought.
Let's just have a quick look here at Yuki Tsunoda during the course of this lap through turn 1 and 2, where Liam Lawson had his spin yesterday. Getting quite close to the Sauber of Nico Hülkenberg, but nothing untoward going on there. Yuki Tsunoda has just gone past turn 7 on the track. In fact, Nico Hülkenberg is coming to that now, so a good time to go and say hello to Bernie Collins, because that's where she stood.
Hello, Crafty. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much indeed. You look like you're shivering.
Oh, it's not as cold as it was yesterday, actually. The wind has really died down here. I made it out to this turn just as the rain was stopping, and we started to see some cars on track. So we positioned ourselves again at this high-speed traction, and it's really interesting to see the cars come through this right hand, then left hand, and very interesting. Hopefully we get some cars come through in a few moments. See the lines that different cars are taking. You can really see the speed. We watched Russell and Hulkenberg come through here a few minutes ago. Very different speeds through both of these corners. So Russell's just going to come through the corner now, hopefully. I'm hearing him in my ears. But just watch his line on apex. Quite wide initially on apex, and then really hits the curb right on the apex. Very high speed he seems to be carrying through there. Although he's on a long run, just for me as a non-driver, impressive to watch the change of direction from Russell through here. Much more steady, I would say, than at least the Sauber that we've seen through come several times. But just watching this corner, I can hear another car just coming now in a second, but it's very interesting to see how wide cars are initially on that very entry apex and then really hit the apex on the corner. And it's impressive to see the change of direction through this section of track, Crofty. I'm going to stand here for a little while because I don't get to stand here very, very often. And as more and more cars come out and the pace really starts to build, this is the only high-speed section of track that we have. So very interesting to see how cars are going to perform in the high-speed tracks going forward. Back to you, Crofty.
Thank you very much indeed, Bernie. Sorry you were hearing me in your ears there. I was trying to talk to our wonderful people in the gallery at the time. We were just watching Yuki Tsunoda.
Yep.
Young Karun, as we're going to call you this year now. We know you're a rookie.
I am very youthful.
you're officially a rookie. Because
I am.
You've done the same amount of races as Liam Lawson.
Absolutely. He is a rookie, and so am I. The comeback is on.
It is.
Might need to go lose some weight, but, you know, the comeback is on, Crofty.
You've wintered well, to be fair.
Thanks.
I
tried.
You've done better than me, which is a low bar. We were looking at Yuki Tsunoda. Now we're looking at Liam Lawson. So, cool, blimey. That's a late dart into the pit lane there. I thought he was actually going to carry on. Let's have the question, because we didn't ask it yesterday.
Okay.
So I'll ask the question now. Does Liam Lawson deserve that Red Bull seat? Should Yuki Tsunoda have got that Red Bull seat? Was it always going to be Liam Lawson? Did Yuki Tsunoda ever have a chance? Discuss.
I think they could be two separate points. I think, personally, they should have signed Carlos Sainz if they were going to get rid of Checo Perez, as Piastri has a bit of a lock-up down at turn 1. If they're going to get rid of Perez, personally, I think at that point they should have signed Sainz, because I always think you need to sign the best two drivers in the world. And okay, they had beef, I don't know, 10 years ago in Toro Rosso, but 10 years. They're at very different stages of their lives, very different stages of their careers. They've matured a lot, and you know, apparently their fathers didn't get along. But you telling me that Max's father and the team are best mates? Probably not. So anyway, I think that's the first point.
Okay, well, on that first point, as we just watched that lockout, it's a fairly traditional kind of early in a run incidents down at Bahrain.
Yeah, look at the outside front, just on the white line.
Did he get onto the
damp
spray
patch.
a bit
Yeah,
as well?
I think it was the damp patch on the curb.
First and foremost, Carlos Sainz had already signed for Williams by the time Red Bull had announced that Sergio Perez was going.
He hadn't, because they'd signed Perez. Remember, it was after Monaco, way back in May, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, they'd given him that extension of the contract, but he was still staying with the team at that stage, wasn't he?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I think they could have dragged that out. There was no reason to do that extension so early.
Really?
Sainz was available until, you know, it was the summer break that it got done, wasn't it?
Look, I agree with you, but the way it transpired, you know, they gave Sergio the contract, and then it all ended by the end of the season. And the other thing, as far as I understand it, you know, the Verstappen camp were not keen on Carlos Sainz.
So, okay,
coming to Red Bull.
If you take that as you rule him out, I think they could have maybe had a go at Albon, perhaps, because they still have sort of tenuous links, don't they?
Yeah.
And I know it didn't work out well for him the last time he was at the team, but again, he's another driver with more experience. He's matured. And I think he's driving well. I think Liam is tremendously talented.
Yeah.
I really do. My concern is that he's not had a full season of F1 yet, and I'm a bit worried that if he's in there too soon, you could run the risk of him being the next one to join the queue of drivers getting burnt too early in their career. Whereas, you know, if they'd kept him and Yuki at Racing Bulls for another year, had someone else there for another year or two, and then given Liam a chance when he's a bit more experienced. I really hope he proves me wrong, because A, he's a great character, he's a lovely guy. He's got that fire in his belly, Coffee, that I kind of recognize as a driver who's come from the other side of the world. You know, he's sacrificed his entire life to move from New Zealand. You know, I remember talking when he was in F2. He didn't have money to buy a flight ticket to go back and see his family. You know, he's really, really worked hard to get to where he is. So I hope it works out, and I just hope he doesn't get burnt out too soon, is my point.
Yeah, I'm not saying for 1 minute he doesn't deserve a drive. I'm with you. I think he's a supremely talented driver. But when you're looking for a replacement to the driver that came in to give you consistency, stability, and the backup to Max Verstappen to give you that constructors title, which is why Sergio Perez was there, Liam might be that person, but we don't know.
Yeah.
And Yuki Tsunoda, with 4 years worth of experience in F1, was he a better bet from within inside that Red Bull stable?
So to answer that question, I don't think so.
Right.
I really don't. I think Yuki did a great job last season, and he's improved an awful lot. But really, if you look at last year versus Liam, was he that much ahead of Liam? I don't think so. And if you consider it took Yuki 4 years to get there and Liam 11 races to get there, they're kind of the same level. So then you look back, how much more can Liam improve?
Turn to the rainbow now.
Oh dear.
That's not what we want to hear, George.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Liam has got more potential to improve than Yuki has, if you take that as a reference.
Because a lot of people were saying, I think Yuki himself was saying this at the end of last year, I should be in that Red Bull seat. I deserve a chance. Now, he did get a chance in the end of season test.
Yeah.
Would they have looked at the data too closely, or do you suspect the decision to bring Liam in was already made by that stage?
I think the decision was made, but they thought it was maybe like 99% made, and thought, okay, let's give him a go and just see if there is something that completely blows our mind here. I feel a bit bad for Yuki because, you know, he's done a good job last season, no doubt about it. And I feel a bit bad because at the end of this year, what happens with him? As Honda walks away from that sort of Red Bull family, I'm a bit concerned that Yuki could end up with nothing there.
Well, he starts to go into the Daniel Ricciardo realm of you're too experienced to be in the Racing Bulls if it's a junior team, and you need to kind of go elsewhere. But if you're not getting promoted up into the Red Bull senior team, then there's no kind of space for you on that. Logically, with Honda's association with Aston Martin, there's probably a reserve driver role for him there as part of that Aston driver squad. But
they've got Stoffel Van Dorn, Felipe Drugovich, Pedro de la Rosa. Is he some sort of reserve?
No, he's kind of an ambassador, stroke mentor, stroke Fernando's designate.
Yeah.
You know.
But yeah, I mean, join the queue. So that's what I mean. I feel a bit bad for Yuki. Not bad. I feel a bit nervous for Yuki in terms of where he might end up for 2026.
See, we're already starting, ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 silly season discussion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Alpine started it when they signed Colapinto. I suppose that might be for 2025 silly season as well.
We had that chat yesterday as well.
Right.
And I think it's really unfair that no one has come out and said, in an official guise, Jack's our racing driver, Franco's our reserve driver, that is how it's going to stay all season. Because until that stage, people are going to speculate. And I don't think Jack Doohan deserves that, because he's in that seat on merit.
It's a tough way for him to start his F1 career, isn't it? With Colapinto hanging around the back of the garage, trying to get a leg into that cockpit.
Well, yeah, or hoping that Jack sprains an ankle as he gets into the cockpit.
Yeah.
Which reserve drivers tell me they never ever think about.
Oh no, I was a reserve driver for the year. It was one of the most awful years of my life, because all you're doing is standing around waiting for somebody to fall down the stairs. It's a horrendous feeling. And I mean, you remember, you spend so much time hanging around. I came to start volunteering to commentate with you because it's just like
you were that bored.
It was, there's a lot of hanging around.
And that was just in the commentary box, to be honest. Into turn 10 we go with Oscar Piastri, a little unsteady, under braking there, the McLaren.
Yeah. I think that's just the track not being particularly grippy at the moment as well.
Right, Ted Kravitz, for whom there is no reserve. There is only one Ted Kravitz. The crowd sing it as he lumbers up and down the pit lane. Where are you?
Lumbers? Lumbers? No word, there's no lumber, no forest down here. In fact, we have, Crofty, I'm very excited to tell you, to welcome you indeed to the Bahrain Grand Prix of Carlos Sainz. I'm down at Williams, and because this is Carlos Sainz's last day in the car, he is going to do a Bahrain Grand Prix. Yes, by himself. Well, perhaps also with Liam Lawson. It's also Liam Lawson's last day of testing before, respectively, Alex Albon and Max Verstappen take over in those two teams tomorrow. So what that means, as you know, is that they don't want to go into the Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne without having done a race simulation. And if you want to do a race simulation, you got rain in the morning, bit irritating. Are you going to do a qualifying session simulation in the morning? Probably not with these conditions. But do you want to get the car ready for a Bahrain Grand Prix in the afternoon? Maybe say, I don't know, Crofty, what? 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock? What time do you fancy a Bahrain Grand Prix if you're Carlos Sainz? So that is what they're going to do. So we're all ready down here. He's just gone out on the hard tyre. I think it's a C1 or a C2. Just getting the balance, just doing the final preparations. No point running the Bahrain Grand Prix in the daylight, is there? Because that's not when it takes place. Although in April it's probably going to be 38 degrees, isn't it?
It's going to be
dark.
hot.
It is going to be hot, so it might not be representative, but that is what's going to happen. Indeed, Williams guys have got the tyres ready for what I'm expecting is going to be a two-stop race. They've even got the grid trolleys ready outside the garage for Carlos Sainz, so they're going to practice that. And would you say, Crofty, Karun, that especially important when you've got a new driver who's used to the Ferrari ways, to coming and seeing how Williams do their races, both on the grid and laps to the grid and stuff like that? I'd imagine that's pretty important in terms of a race simulation.
Yeah, 100%. He's going down to 131, Ted, which suggests to me that maybe they're doing a short run first, just to check the track conditions before they load him up fat with 100 kilos of fuel and send him off for the race. But I think for the driver, there's a couple of things, right? One is about communication. What's the sort of information? He's got to build that relationship with his new race engineer, Williams. And, you know, what information does he want through a stint in terms of tyre deg? What information does he want in terms of when they look at the data and if they're going to suggest tweaks in terms of, you know, settings for the balance shift and the tyre deg. So it's about getting into those sort of practices and just making sure that everyone's singing from the same hymn sheet for when we get to Melbourne, that they've developed that level of understanding of, okay, this is what stage 2 tyre deg feels like, because that would be different in Ferrari terminology perhaps to Williams terminology.
He is going to get the chance for a race start at the end of this morning session, because the FIA are going to run their testing and their system checks, and we're going to get a race start. We're going to say lights out and away we go.
Hopefully the lights won't actually all go out.
Yeah, well, I want to talk about that in a minute, actually. First and foremost, we can't see from here, and thank you, Ted, for the time being. But just watching Fernando Alonso's Aston Martin, have they fitted on this perishingly cold Bahrain day? Have they fitted the driver cooling? There's his Bessie mate, Pedro de la Rosa. Have they fitted the driver cooling device into the front of that Aston Martin? Did I just see? If we could see an off-board of the Aston, that'd be really, really handy.
Maybe they're testing it, because I think it's a minimum threshold is 30 degrees in the regulations, isn't it?
I mean, that obviously is a bit more cooling on the Sauber than they would want when it goes out. If our director is listening, and I hope they are, if we could see a Fernando Alonso on the track, that'd be really, really helpful to aid our discussion on this one.
So, essentially, if you haven't followed the story, the drivers are all wearing in races above where the ambient temperature is 30 degrees, they'll wear a vest which has got a whole load of piping that runs around and runs a cooling agent. It just cools their core body down. Lewis Hamilton, should we look at this lap properly?
Well, let's have is this the whole lap we're going to see?
I'm not sure. Oh no, he's just
no,
gone
it's going to be the lock up into turn 1.
there's a hint of an under rotation, and he just came off the brake, choosing not to flat spot the tyre. And,
so the Ferrari, no cooling system on the front there at all. There's nothing where air is getting in extra to keep the drivers cool. And this is new for this year. If the ambient temperature is above 30.5 degrees centigrade, the FIA will declare a heat health hazard, which means you, Karun Chandok, get to put shorts on.
Yep.
Because it's only right. And a t-shirt maybe.
Yep.
Long sleeves are out once that happens. Drivers will wear a special shirt with around 48 meters of cooling piping running around their front and back. Cooling liquid will flow through the piping.
48 meters?
Yeah, seriously. It's like your larger intestine. There's quite a lot. It might be quite small,
yeah,
you know, and winds its way around, but you know, it's a lot of piping there.
That's a lot of piping.
It's a lot of piping. There it is. You see it on the front of that Aston Martin. The teams will be able to open up their cars to allow for more airflow using an aperture connected to a heat exchange system. And the minimum weight of the car will increase by another 5 kilos when this system is in use. And I just wonder, are they testing that cooling thing on the upper nose of Fernando's car? That's his nose, not the car's nose we're looking at.
I can't actually spot it, if I'm honest, but it might be one for...
There we go, down the straight.
Esteemed colleagues on the ground.
Just look above the number 14.
Yeah.
Or on the number 14. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Yes. Well done. Thank you.
Is that the cooling system?
It looks like it, yeah.
No, doesn't it?
That looks like a duct that's going to be feeding air into where he's sitting, so yeah. I mean, that's... I am a little bit confused by this because we've had... It's a reaction, I'm guessing, to the Qatar Grand Prix that we had a couple of years ago. But, you know, I just think we've had hot races in Malaysia and Singapore and places like that before. 5 kilos is a lot.
That's on top of the extra 2 kilos that the cars are weighing for this year anyway.
Yeah, we're now, you know, at the start of the Grand Prix, you're pushing over 900 kilos with the fuel weight at the start of the race. That is a sports car.
Also, it's a big sports car. What you're also doing, if it's hot enough to declare it a heat health hazard, there's no cool air coming through. That's hot air, right?
No, but some air is better than no air.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. It's think of it's like having a fan in you're on holiday in Cancun and you've got a big fan swirling over your bed. It's just circulating that air, even though it's not cooler air. It's just circulating the air, isn't it?
You take fans with you. I don't have any fans that come on holiday with me.
Oh, David Crosby, available for £1 on a comedy note.
Yeah, okay, I get you on that one. But it's that to me looks like the aperture. Bernie Collins is trackside. She can spot an aperture a mile off.
Not sure about that, Crofty, and I cannot from this distance spot any of the cooling that you're talking about in Alonso's car, but we've moved over to turn 11 and turn 12, and it's really interesting watching the cars come through this corner. Very different lines on the exit of turn 11. You see the Red Bull there, very, very close on the exit of turn 11, very far left. And then as they sweep round turn 12, slightly different lines as well. You can see Sonoda also staying on that inside line and then exit on turn 12. And it's we've also seen the Ferrari come through here and on turn 12 actually sparking on exit. So I think Ocon's about to come through now, a bit wider, see much, much wider to that left-hand side of turn 11 and then through turn 12. I think Alonso coming now as well, also very wide on this exit of turn 11 and then able to be a bit tighter into turn 12. So 11 is the main difference I'm seeing, just how far they are to the left as they exit turn 11 and then through turn 12. And the only one I've seen sparking so far on the exit of turn 12 is that Ferrari. Everyone else seems pretty clean through there. Not a lot of roll in the car, so not really leaning over to the left-hand side. But I'll stay here for another little bit, as long as the rain holds off, and let you know if I spot anything else. Back to you, Crofty.
Thank you very much indeed. You've spotted quite a lot, and we like that. Fernando Alonso is feeling cold now, and he's coming in.
Shivering.
He probably is shivering. Oh no, the track temperature's gone up to 17 degrees now, so it must be getting warmer. That stint has now finished. How many laps did he do, Karun? Alonso did 10?
10 laps on that one. Yeah.
And now look at that. Someone is being sponsored by a casino. That'll be one of the new sponsors for Williams.
Yeah, so Alonso 35.5, 35.9. That's sort of race pace that we've been seeing from other people, isn't it? This is what Ted was talking about. They're getting Carlos Sainz prepared, perhaps, for a race run. We're about an hour and 17 to lunch. Do you think they'd go now, or they'd wait and do it after lunch?
An hour 17, take away 5-10 minutes. Take away 10 minutes at the end of the session for the FIA systems checks.
Yeah.
So it's an hour
short,
7. It might be a bit short now.
So maybe they wait for the afternoon.
Yeah.
I did see that Pat Fry's in the background, Crofty.
Yes.
So Pat
well
Fry,
ensconced now in the Williams camp.
Yeah, but he spends most of his time obviously at the factory. And it's only a couple of races, or a handful of races he goes to every year. So
very handy man to bring in.
Yeah.
Use his experience to help, not just with 25, but with 26 obviously as well. Look at what they've spotted on the underside of the McLaren there, but they're taking lots of pictures and they're sending those back to Woking to get analysed.
I wonder if he's gone over the curb,
possibly,
or something, and they're just concerned about the flow damage.
So a roulette wheel on the rims of the Williams wheels, which would be one of the 2 new sponsors that they announced recently. But I did say that when we first went to Vegas, someone needs to get roulette tables with F1 wheels as a roulette table. Lance Stroll looking happy.
Yeah, delighted to be there.
Where's he wandering around? Is he actually going to go trackside and have a little look
Maybe.
at what's going on? Maybe he's seen Bernie at turn 11. What's going to have a look chat?
Maybe, yeah.
Possible. We'll talk a little bit more about what's changing for this season in a few moments. Before then, back to Mr. Constant, Mr. Consistency, always there in the pit lane, Ted Kravitz.
Thank you, Crofty. Was that his driver coach with him, Lance Stroll? He was the one who went rallying a few weeks ago. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Lance did a day. No, that's his physio.
His personal trainer.
I
yeah.
think it's
Nuno, isn't it?
I think it's
Nuno.
Nuno, his driver coach, who's a big rally fan, and they both went rallying on a. Yeah.
Did he win?
In a C3 or no, I mean it was on a stage. It was quite well covered on the internet if you want to have a look at it. But I think Lance had a good time doing it.
Oh, Lance went rallying.
And the team.
I thought
Lance went rallying. Lance tried rallying.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that after he went off-roading in Sao Paulo? He decided he'd do it for real.
Steady on. Although he didn't really go off-roading, he just went off and then got stuck in a gravel trap. So, strictly speaking. Now look, let me give you a little bit on George Russell, who's about to go off. If I show you the driver number, the 63, Mercedes have got that cooling hatch that you were referring to on Alonso's car covered up. But I think what Aston Martin are doing with that cooling hatch is actually cooling other bits of the car. What, I don't know, but I don't think it's only for the driver cooling because they've had it open all test. So I think it's got a dual purpose in there, even though I think it's primarily meant to only be for the driver. But while you're looking at this front suspension of the Mercedes, look how high that top leading edge wishbone is compared to how low the back one is. You see the suspension upright, which is of course the push rod is going up from bottom left to top right. But look how high that upper wishbone is. It's crazy high. And if you look online, and I'll hopefully show you some of the pictures when that hatch is off and when it's exposed, there's actually a kind of suspension system on that top wishbone in between, which is partly covered by the driver cooling hatch. And it's quite incredible. Saw it yesterday, and it's incredible to see. And I think it is a bit of an innovation that Mercedes have got on that I don't remember seeing last year. And something that I think they're quite excited about. So there is definitely innovation, new bits on this Mercedes W16.
What's, gentlemen, the pluses and minuses of running it that high?
Go on, Ted.
Sorry, running it that high?
Yeah, so having something that
running
high, what would be the advantage
the suspension
and the disadvantage?
No, I mean the advantage of the suspension is if they're running another member of the suspension on that wishbone, it's just to give the car the feeling in the corners, especially the slow-speed corners, that Mercedes have been lacking, and to treat the tyres the way that they want to, which is to heat them up as quickly as possible. It's all to the same end with Mercedes, is curing the two major problems that they had for last year, which is the randomness. You don't know which Mercedes you're going to get because it's very rare that it's actually in the right temperature window for the tyres, and the fact that it wasn't really great and they were losing quite a lot of time in sort of lower speed corners, as opposed to cars like the McLaren or the Red Bull or whatever. So it's all part of curing those problems. But yeah, it's quite interesting when you see it. It's like a sort of linked torsion, they're not torsion bars really, it's almost like a sort of anti-roll bar attached to those two in the middle. I'll show it to you in Development Corner on Friday if you're watching us on Sky in the UK and Ireland, or around the world on our YouTube channel. Sorry, go on.
I definitely will be. Thanks, Ted. Carlos Sainz just set the fastest of the first sector times we've had, and went a little bit slower during the middle sector, but could be on for the quickest time of the day so far. Could we get into, I asked, the 1 minute 29s? No. Sadly, we have missed out by 9/100ths of a second. Carlos, how could you?
There's an energy about the driver, isn't he? He's obviously still on one of the harder tyres, so not chasing peak performance, but I think it's just some of this is about giving Carlos the knowledge, I think, of what is a car going to be like with lower fuel, and if you're pushing on, and then when we load the car up with 100 kilos of fuel for the race, what's the balance shift going to be? Because he hasn't experienced that with Williams, and I think that comes back to Ted's point earlier. When they load him up for his version of the Bahrain Grand Prix, that shift is good for him to understand and get in his brain of, okay, when we put 100 kilos on, I need to go plus 2 turns on the front wing, or I need to do X, Y, Z to have a balance correct.
That RB either has a paint job that makes it look like it's run through a gravel trap, or it has run through a gravel trap.
There's quite a bit of rash on there, isn't it?
Yes, there is.
Very odd.
Interesting. And Lance Stroll did indeed go and test a rally car. A Citroen Rally 2 car in Portugal. Co-driver was Nuno Pinto, his coach. But it was a test on one stage, on the, is it the Fafe stage? The FAF stage? The one with a big jump in Portugal.
Okay.
Rallying is not my specialist subject. I don't know what it is, but rallying is not my specialist subject, so rally fans, please correct me if I've got that wrong. George Russell with a 28.8 has gone quickest through the first sector. Nico Hulkenberg, 6th fastest with his latest lap time, and that's his best of the session so far.
Hamilton's having a go as well. So the drivers are all, maybe the track's starting to come back to them now a little bit. It's dried up a bit, and they're starting to find some performance. Hamilton now improving. So we are going to get into the 129s for the first time in 2025 here, Crofty, as we see Russell, a little bit of movement on the rear of the car there as he came through 14, and then nice run through the final corner.
Is this the one that gets into the 129s? No.
Yes.
Yes, it is. And also, and more importantly, goes faster than the fastest time we had last year, which was Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. Last year's fastest time was a 1:29.92. We have a 1:29.87 for George Russell, and his former now teammate Lewis Hamilton could be about to go even faster still, and does so. A 1:29.6 for Lewis Hamilton on the C3 tyre, which is the one to be used for all performance runs, and Esteban Ocon's going for one as well. So George Russell, the Mercedes goes out, and we can compare them a little bit because they're at exactly the same time in terms of when they're on the track. We don't know fuel loads, we don't know engine modes, etc., but they'd be pretty similar, we'd have thought.
And it sort of picked up from where we ended last year, wasn't it? Mercedes and Ferrari close-ish, Ferrari with a tenth or two as an upper hand. I think for me, the big question around Mercedes is what happens when we go to the hotter tracks. because we've seen in the past, haven't we, like Vegas last year when it was cold.
Yeah.
The car worked brilliantly, and they were competitive. And you know, the British Grand Prix weekend, remember that Saturday was pretty nippy, and they qualified 1-2. It's when they're not able to get that consistency and repeatability across the season in a variety of conditions. So, yeah, on a cold day in Bahrain with the track temperature 17 degrees, the Mercedes is working well, and I really hope for their sake that translates to the, you know, when we go to hotter tracks, which make up the majority of the season.
So, for this year, there's not much change, but there is a bit of change. They've tightened up the rules, or they've actually put a rule into the regulations now about what happens if you can't do qualifying. Yep. We were all talking about this over the Sao Paulo weekend when we had to come back on the Sunday, and if we couldn't get qualifying done, what would go on? So now the stewards are able to use the Drivers' Championship as a way to decide the grid if we can't do qualifying. And I think that's pretty straightforward and makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'd like to see that in reverse order.
Well, yeah, there is a bit of me that agrees with you on that one. It would never get through.
No,
but yeah, it would make for something a bit more interesting. Quite. And the final grid is now going to be published an hour before the start time. It was 2 hours. But remember, in Sao Paulo, Alex Albon got withdrawn at the last minute. Well, if that happens again, the grid will close up, and the final grid is now published an hour before the race, which is absolutely no use to commentators anyway.
Well, also, that's only 20 minutes before the pit lane opens.
Correct.
But it was quite funny because you're right, it got highlighted in Sao Paulo. I remember Rachel Brooks and I got to the grid, and we told the mechanics, I think it was the Sauber mechanics, that they were in the wrong grid spot. And then they sort of looked confused. And I went, no, you are in the wrong grid spot. And then all of a sudden, there's this chain reaction of 4 different car crews running around.
It had closed up and it shouldn't have done.
Yeah. And so I felt slightly guilty for, making them run around. But I was giving them the right information.
Yeah, and for all of us, though, who want to give you the information as it stands more than an hour beforehand, yeah, thanks for that rule, everybody. We appreciate that. There is a limit on testing of previous cars. It's a maximum of 20 days now. There's TPCs that are between 2 and 4 years old, and FP1 sessions. Rookies, now, Karun Chandler, you'll be interested in this. Rookies that have completed fewer than 11 Grand Prix. No, sorry, it's 2. You officially don't count as a rookie for an FP1 session.
No, I don't. Can't do FP1s.
So it's a bit like at HRT, mate. You couldn't do FP1s then.
I'll make them come back for FP2. It'll be fine.
Either way, rookies that have done fewer than 2 Grand Prix now have 4 outings. That's 2 drivers per car per season. But if you are Gabriel Bortoletto, you get Sauber get their rookie FP1 sessions done with the first 2 races, because in Australia and in China, first 2 races of the season, he will have completed fewer than 2 Grand Prix, therefore is eligible as a proper rookie, so they don't need to bring another person in for that car. Same with Isaac Hadjar, and same with Jack Doohan.
Well, he's done 1 though, hasn't he?
Oh, he's done 1. Yes, good point.
Abu Dhabi, so. Okay.
So
well,
obviously,
it's good though. It's good to have more mileage for the rookies. I'm always a fan when you get more opportunities for rookie drivers coming in.
Yeah. So 2 drivers per car per season. Obviously, Sauber are going to have to find someone suitable.
Antonelli will be the other one.
Antonelli.
That you were thinking of. Yeah.
Thank you. Cooling system we have covered. The cars are getting heavier. Minimum weight now 798 kilos up to 800 kilos. That's because the minimum driver weight has increased from 80 kilos to 82 kilos.
Which is good for people like Piastri, slightly taller drivers. Obviously Nico Hülkenberg, Max Verstappen, Ollie Behrman.
Giants there.
Esteban Ocon, George Russell as well. Yeah, there's quite a few of them, isn't there?
Flexi wings clamp down. We kind of covered this yesterday. The front wings, starting from the Spanish Grand Prix, the FIA are toughening up how much flexing is allowed. Why it's got to be the Spanish Grand Prix, not the start of the season, I'm sure it's down to cost and cost cap, like that. But I don't.
I think it's because the first tranche of front wings have been signed off and produced, and the lead time to produce a different one is going to be somewhere 6 to 8 weeks.
Well, they should have made their mind up earlier then, or not.
Not
change their mind.
No, this thing about tightening up the bending, flexing of the wings. I feel like we've been talking about it for about 15 years. Remember we used to see those Red Bull wings sort of flapping about.
Oh, there was. Do you remember?
With that man in the background, Mark Webber driving the car.
Yes, exactly. He tested about 7 during the Japanese Grand Prix one year when he had a really wretched first few laps and he was right at the back and they just kept bringing him in, changing the front wing and going back out again. Do you remember? I remember the Red Bull wings, but do you remember the Felipe Massa Beagle's ears front wing of the Indian Grand Prix? I think it was.
Yeah. 2011.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was almost taking off because it was flapping around.
So that's what I mean. This thing of we're tightening up the rules of flexi-wings, I feel like this chat's been going on now for 15 years.
Well, they're tightening it up again, despite the FIA, Nicholas Tom Bassis, saying, I'm quite happy with it. Something changed over the winter where he became not happy, and the static load test is increasing on that one. And the fastest lap bonus point has gone.
I think that's good. I mean, we had a go. It made a bit of a story at some occasions, but it turned out to be a bit of a nonsense, basically, where anyone who had a free pit stop and a gap would take the pit stop and take the fastest lap.
Yeah.
That's not a true reflection of somebody who's actually done the fastest lap on merit. It's just someone who had a free pit stop.
So I'm going to disagree with you because I actually don't agree with you on this one. I'm not playing it. I say keep the fastest lap bonus point, but make it available to all 20 drivers or whoever is still running. So you don't have to be in the top 10 to get the fastest lap bonus point.
But then whoever's running last on the road every race will stop for a fresh set of soft tyres and take the point.
Fine, give them a point then.
Yeah, but then you can't give the person who's finished in 20th a point when the person who's finished 11th gets 0. That's not fair, because the person who's finished 11th, you know what I mean? Like,
so what is to stop the person? No, but what's to stop the person in 11th if they haven't got a chance of getting a point for 10th, doing a stop themselves?
Because let's say they're 11th and they're, in a fight with somebody for 10th place.
Yeah.
They're not going to stop on the off chance they might overtake that person on the last lap.
No, they're
whereas
not.
the person in 19th or 20th.
But what if they haven't got that chance?
I just think it's a bit of a fake point to reward somebody.
But
when
it was a fake point in the first place.
Yeah, but I think if it was someone in the top 10, then they think twice about pitting. Whereas if you're outside the top 10, especially if you're in the last 3 or 4 places, it's a no-brainer to stop and have a go. And you'll get the scenario where basically everyone, if you did that, you get a scenario where everyone from 15th to 20th would pit with 2 laps to go.
Brilliant. What's not exciting about that?
I disagree.
You tell me what is not exciting about a flurry of action somewhere in the race at the end of a race.
It's not meritocratic, and it's not fair to the person who's genuinely earned 11th, 12th place and doesn't get that point, to be outscored by someone who finishes 5 places, 6 places behind them. That's not fair.
Meritocracy, I think you'll find, is so last year. That is not the world we live in these days. Do you want to talk about what happened at the World Motorsport Council yesterday?
They approved the Monaco Grand Prix.
Yeah, they did. Well, some did. Some people weren't allowed in.
Yeah, I read some reports online about that, but I don't know the details. So.
Well, no, none of us know the details. But there seems to be once again a story whereby the FIA president is deciding it's my ball. I'm going to play the game how I want it. Is that fair?
That's a whole different podcast, Crofty. We could be here for days and days.
Well, we are here for at least another day and a half.
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure it's one that the people at home are particularly excited by.
Either way, what did get approved, as you rightly say, at the World Motorsport Council was that Monaco is a mandatory 2-stop race.
Yeah.
Now, we've been crying out for changes to Monaco for years now.
And you know me, I've been saying that how many years have I been saying?
How many years have I known you?
Yeah, over a decade. The rule should be use all 3 tyres in every race, so we get 2-stop races.
Well, that's not necessarily going to happen.
Yeah, but at least there's a 2-stop race.
Yeah, it's 2 different compounds and a mandatory minimum 2-stop race for Monaco and for Monaco only.
I think it's good. I think we'll end up with a scenario where the lead cars and the lead drivers will do their strategy. But because overtaking is basically impossible now, you can have someone like this, like a Nico Hülkenberg, who, let's say, pits on lap 2, goes for a bunch of free air, and then, gets pace and lap time, catches back up to the train, who are managing their tyres going slowly, he could then go long and then pit on the penultimate lap. But it'll mean that he will run a faster race because he's trying to make the gap. There's a risk of a safety car, of course, in which case it negates it. But if you're in a team outside of the top 12, it's worth the go to do something different. So I think we will see people like Haas, like Sauber, Racing Bulls, you know, where they just roll the dice with one of their cars and try and do, you could even do things like, let's do both of our stops in the first 5 laps.
Yeah.
And then just go along to the end.
You know who I feel sorry for in this new Monaco rule?
Go on.
The strategists.
Oh, yeah.
Because Bernie Collins, as we know, Monaco was like half a weekend off for a strategist, wasn't it? You know, you wake up on a Sunday morning and you go in and you say, right, we're just going to stop at lap 20 and we'll put the hard tyres on, then I'm going home. That was your strategy briefing for the Monaco Grand Prix, right?
Yeah, like last year it was even easier because you didn't stop at all, so even the pit crew had Sunday off in Monaco Crofty.
Exactly. I don't know why they bothered turning up.
I think I'd argue that one with you quite significantly because I feel the pressure of the pit stop in Monaco was always a big one, because at some circuits, like here in Bahrain, if you miss the pit stop by a single lap, there's a chance to recover that. In Monaco, if you miss it by a single lap, you cannot recover. The traffic is so bad that you then become stuck in that position for the remainder of the lap. So often that one stop did feel like a lot higher pressure than it does at other circuits where you can later on recover, if that makes sense, Crofty.
No, it does. Do you like the new minimum 2-stop rule?
I've not fully read all the regulation yet. I'm concerned about it. I pick up on Corinne's point. I worry that teams at the very back of the grid, particularly if there's an early safety car, get their 2 stops out of the way, even stop twice under the 1 safety car, and then end up running very, very long, and others will end up stopping behind them. And some of the guys that I know did some simulations on that last night, and from the very back of the grid you could end up gaining 6 or 7 positions just by getting your 2 stops out of the way very early.
Wow.
So we've got to see it pan out. I think it might be a slight quick reaction to a very outside possibility of what happened last year. We've only had 1 year where that red flag happened in Monaco and we got no pit stops. So it's not for me at this stage, but I'm prepared to see it pan out. We probably did need to change something.
Yeah, I'd still like them to get rid of blue flags, especially for Monaco as well, and just see how that changes the dynamic of that race.
Yeah, and I think there are other solutions, like, you know, under a red flag, should that count as your 1 mandatory pit stop, or should we force people to do another pit stop if there's a red flag? That would have solved the issue, and solved the issue at many other tracks as well. So there's a few things to look at. Let's give it a try this year. We've got softer compound this year anyway, so maybe we didn't need to change anything for this year, so let's see.
Yes, the C6 Squidgy is coming in for Monaco. Now, your trackside, turn 14 and 15. There are cars.
Yes.
Did you want to talk about them?
There are cars, and there is no rain at the minute, so that's quite good. But I came down to the final turns just to see the cars coming down this sort of final straight, the turn into the absolute final, the start-finish straight. You can see Alonso coming down now. As he turns in 14, there's a slight dip before he hits 15. So you see the sort of back of the car drop down a little bit, and then onto the start-finish straight. He must be going, oh no, he's just going very slowly on the start-finish straight. Now we've got Ocon. You see the little dip on the Haas, just comes between 14 and 15. And then it is impressive to hear them pulling the gears down the main straight, get that car back up to speed. It's just a tiny dip just on the exit of 14 before they go into 15. But nice to be trackside. It's, you know, I very rarely get to stand in this position. Fantastic to see the cars coming through at speed and to really watch the performance of them through these corners. But I'll throw it back to you for now, Crofty.
What I love as well, Bernie, is that you referred to it as turns 14 and 15. I've been saying for a while, in fact all my life, well, while the Bahrain Grand Prix has been going on, that it's 2 corners, and every single driver says to me, no, it's just a 1 corner.
It is just 1 corner.
What does every corner have, Kareem? An apex, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a double apex.
Where's the apex of 15?
It's there. Where's my track map?
Where?
Yeah.
I'd like to know how many times you've driven through that corner to tell me where the apex is.
14, right?
That's the apex on the
there,
inside. Yep.
Apex there.
You don't get to the inside of 15, do you?
You don't need to.
There's no apex.
There is
no
an apex on the inside. This is a corner.
It's a fictitious.
It says here 15, and there's a kink, therefore it's a corner. Corner's a kink.
False.
Bradley Rankin says Karun is right with the bonus point for fastest lap. I think there should be a point for pole. Might make the championship a bit more interesting. But Joey says, Crofty, I agree with you. Make it available for everybody. And even if there's little action at the front, watch it liven up at the mid to back of the back. Would give a chance for those whom points are hard to come by too.
Yeah, it's not charity, is it? This is a meritocracy. It's just like, why don't we just dish out points for who's got the best sausages then?
Yes.
Yeah, you could be the judge of that. I'm sure you'd sign up for that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, well, you know me, I'd have points all the way down to the final finisher.
Based on hash browns?
Based on hash browns, no. I'd have points down to the final finisher because it just makes it easier for people to understand the championship, you know?
Yeah. Yes, but that's a whole different thing, yes. I actually don't disagree with that. If you had points for all 20 places,
yeah,
I don't actually disagree with that, but I think just giving somebody a point for being in the, getting a free pit stop at the end and a fresh set of tyres, that's all right.
Keep your comments coming through at Crofty F1, or is it at Karun Chandok? Is that your?
That's me.
That's your X name.
Yeah.
You can contact either of us while Karun posts pictures of him and I in the commentary box.
It's lovely to be back with you in a commentary box in a while.
Do you know what's even lovely about that picture? And it is lovely to be with you, I must admit. There's a picture of Bernie Collins in the background as well.
Bernie doing her thing.
Alex Brundle, as we hand down to you, maybe we'll take another picture and get you in on this one.
Hello, guys. Welcome back down to the pit lane. I've dropped down to Alpine, actually. I don't know, it just all seems to be going rather well, doesn't it? Fifth in the hands of Gasly yesterday. They're up there today as well. They were saying before the season that it would be a good effort to be best of the rest, or at least that's what Gasly was saying. Running through the test programs, he's out of the car for the moment. They've just cleaned a little bit of flow vis off this rear wing. A lovely little tweak caught my eye, though, down towards the front of the car. Look at the top of the push rod here. Very clever little pouch almost in the bodywork. Right at the top of the push rod, and it's a quick access panel for this area at the top of the push rod where they can fit the shims for ride height and front camber. Beautifully done. Oh, look at this! We're going to have a demonstration look. Shims go there in the top of the push rod to change the dynamics of the front of the suspension in the Alpine. I think it's important not to be fooled too much over these 3 or so days of testing, because we're looking at some teams and thinking, for example, Alpine are doing well, but you've got a range of chassis down the pit lane. Some of them are Evolution, quite clearly, a bit more as Alpine have been doing, a bit more as Haas have been doing. Some of them are complete revolution, although most of the teams will tell you they've changed every single aerodynamic surface, but you can see a little bit of the difference. I think what we're seeing a little bit here with Alpine is a team in Evo mode, continuing on with a previous concept, and that's why they're potentially looking a little better. But it's not half bad, is it? Being up in the top 5 on both days so far and looking relatively strong.
Cheers, Alex. Fascinating stuff down in the Alpine garage. Thank you very much for all your tweets that are coming in. I can't stop calling it Twitter. I'm sorry about that. Chara Lee says, I agree with you, Crofty, for the fastest lap point. Anyone should get it, even if the guy in last place goes for it. What stops the guy in 19th doing the same? Then we have a battle. Cracker says, on the 2022 track map, turn 15 exists. I've seen enough. Name it Croft Corner. Now there's an idea, Cracker. Thank you very much indeed. Nick says, Karun, nice to hear you talk sense. Keeping Crofty under control with all his ideas. Yeah, hey. Having ideas. Who'd have thought it? And on the subject of Karun's photo, is that just the lighting, or is that some pretty serious sunburn from Crofty? No, I'm sat next to a screen that's got the F1 logo on it, and it's red, and it's reflected all over my face.
Sunburn? You've been in England all winter.
Yeah, I haven't been away at all. Joey says, for Monaco, just implement a rule that the current mandatory 1 stop or 2 stop doesn't apply under red flag conditions. there's a bit of me that thinks, well, there's a lot of me that thinks, Joey, that's not the most stupid suggestion I have ever heard.
Well, the tyre pit stop under red flag, I think it was 2012 where Sebastian Vettel was under pressure and then had a free pit stop, and that was the end of it. And we've all been saying that for years, and okay, there's a safety element of it, but
it's absolutely fine. Change your tyres if you want to, because that way, if someone has a damaged tyre, they can change it, but it don't count towards your mandatory stop.
Correct. Exactly that. And I think, again, it's one of these things, isn't it? We've been saying it for over a decade, and for some reason, clearly our voices aren't powerful enough, roughly.
Well, when you are F1 president, that will change. I know it will change. Karun Chandok for president. Hamilton going quickest for the first sector. Danny Cable says, do away with the fastest lap point. Give the point to the driver with the most overtakes on track. But that rather hinders the person who goes and gets pole.
Yeah. I think the point for pole is interesting, isn't it? A lot of other championships do that.
Yeah.
And that is a more pure point. You're rewarding somebody for performance.
The argument against that used to be, love this, by the way.
That's a great angle. Also, did you realise how tight turn 11 was?
Yes.
I didn't realise, and I've driven thousands of laps around the circuit. I didn't realise how tight the apex was until that camera angle.
It is a bit, isn't it? The argument about point for pole used to be, well, we're not going to do that because we might have the championship decided on a Saturday. Sprint races have rather undone that particular argument, to be fair.
Good point. He went wide 11, that's why he aborted the lap.
Where are we?
Let's see here. Lewis gets on the curb, turns in. Always a bit of understeer there. He's just trying to mash the throttle and carry speed out. It is generally an understeery sort of corner. The wind is sort of a crosswind today. It is very wind affected, that corner, because you're basically turning 180 degrees around. Is quite exposed, so there you go.
John Dawson says, Crofty, one rule I'd like to see changed is the laps drivers being allowed to unlap themselves after a safety car. They're there for a reason. It wastes race time, allowing them to unlap. The thinking behind it is that when a race restarts, you can get the back markers kind of in the way of the battles that we all want to see, and that's why the lap cars are allowed to unlap themselves. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, as long as all the laps cars are allowed to unlap themselves.
It either needs to be all or none.
Yes.
It can't, obviously, as we all know from Abu Dhabi, it just can't be a select few.
Alex Brundle, come on in, sir. You want to add to this chat?
Yeah, I actually agree on the fastest lap point. It was really time for that to go. Not on the basis that, you know, I don't really mind, you know, cars that aren't in the hunt or have a gap big enough behind them to come in for a set of softs, firing in the fastest lap. But it's something we see in Formula 2 as well, at the street circuits, which it bothers me as a commentator, and it's something which is difficult to explain to the viewer, which is drivers in a row on a street circuit, unable to overtake each other, backing off to do the fastest lap within the traffic queue, and then going again about their race.
Yeah.
And I just think to sit there and say to the viewer, hey, guess what? You know the cars that are driving line astern around the racetrack that we're professing to tell you are racing each other. Well, actually not. They're not. They're racing the stopwatch, even though they're nose to tail. It's a difficult thing to put together, isn't it?
No, I totally get that in what you're saying, but in terms of F1, you're normally going to have to come in and make a pit stop. What's wrong with a flurry of activity in the pit lane and a flurry of activity on the track with everyone, you know, charging for, you know, the last couple of laps or whatever? I don't see how that's a bad spectacle for fans watching.
I do agree. It is rather also a moment sometimes that highlights the gaps in the field for us when somebody has enough time to take a pit stop at the end of the Grand Prix. You know, occasionally the fastest lap effort can go wrong or something similar. But yeah, I'm a purist at heart, despite how much I enjoyed this year's mega livery reveal at the O2 Arena. The purist inside me was having a minor meltdown at that moment as to how much I was enjoying that event. But yeah, I like to see a Grand Prix. I like to see racing for racing's sake, dishing out the fastest lap point all the way down. Although, you know, if it must remain, I do agree with you that sending it all the way to the rear of the field to give somebody like, Sauber, who I'm standing outside their garage right now, the opportunity to snatch a point, hear what Karun says then about it being unavailable for 11th, but then available all the way down to 20th. But the 11th place team can still go and try and get the fastest lap themselves. So, that's an option, isn't it?
Certainly is. Well timed that, because you've just finished talking as Lewis Hamilton makes his way around the final 2 corners and sets another fastest lap of the day. 1:29.3 for Lewis Hamilton. That Ferrari, the prancing horse, beginning to stretch its legs and move from a trot into an agile canter.
It looks usable. It looks user-friendly. It doesn't, we saw on several occasions last year with Lewis, he would rather have been anywhere else on the planet than the cockpit of the W15. It's days where the car just didn't seem to work for him. But just watching the response to it there, it didn't look like a lap where he's trying to rag the last, a couple of tenths out of it. It looked like a safe lap, but it looked like a lap where the car was responding to what he wanted and where he wanted to place it, and it's giving him the confidence to do what he wants, and I think that is a good sign.
Absolutely. But you often get that, don't you? In your final year, when you're moving on somewhere, it's never all roses. But I think it was exasperated by a car that was so difficult for the team to get working, right? Let alone the drivers to feel happy in it.
The only thing I will say is, the only thing I will say is that the ride quality doesn't look as comfortable as you'd like. I mean, we saw last year Ferrari when that was a different issue, I guess. Last year, where they had the bouncing was introduced when they introduced the floor. It's a big air intake there in the Alpine.
Yeah.
Big fan on the air intake, rather.
You're a big fan.
Oh no, it's not on the air intake, is it? It's on the. It's on the halo fan for the driver cooling. Sorry, it's blowing air on him. Sorry, it took me a second there to work it out. But yeah, that's the only thing I'd say about the Ferrari. You can see there's a bump on the entry into turn 8. You just saw the front of the car do this little hop. Similarly into 11 down that straight. It's just a little bit of vertical movement, which suggests the quality is not as good as he'd like.
Yeah, Bernie was saying that was the only car, turn 12, that she could see sparking as it was going through turn 12. Now, we talked about this man a little earlier, and we referred to him as Fernando Alonso's best mate. And for the next few moments, he's Laura Winter's best mate. Hi, Laura. She's with Pedro de la Rosa.
Thank you very much, Crofty. Thanks, Karun. Yes, Pedro de la Rosa is alongside me. Apparently, you're my new best mate. They were saying you're Fernando's best mate right now. He probably isn't my best mate, if I'm honest, because I've dragged you from a warm garage out into what is a relatively colder paddock, so I'm sorry for that. At least it's not raining.
It's not raining.
How's the morning going?
Okay, it has been interrupted by the rain, so we haven't really done much. Now Fernando has gone out, he's doing some long runs, so just trying to understand really the car, the new package, how we degrade the tires, how we evolve under this wet and cold conditions, really, because we were not expecting, well, I personally was not expecting to be, this cold. Last year it was a lot warmer. It has an effect on how the tires work and also the cooling on that car. But we're just learning, it's that phase of pre-season where every team is learning, and just you have to just concentrate on what you have on your car. Don't look too much to the sides.
I don't think anyone was expecting it to be quite as cold as it is. But Aston Martin did bring one set of inters and one set of wets, but you haven't been out on them, have you?
No.
Just explain that process to us, the fact that you did choose to bring those tyres to Bahrain, where you wouldn't typically expect rain, but I guess, was that a decision based on long-range forecasts that you saw and thought we need to bring them, or...?
Yeah, the decision was taken before actually we knew that there was a risk of rain, so it was just as an emergency. They decided to take 3 sets of intermediates. However, we haven't used them yet. There was a small window of opportunity to use it in the morning, but we are just waiting if it gets wetter, maybe tomorrow, but it's not looking like, hopefully. But if it's not free, if you run those sets of intermediates, it runs out of your allocation of 30 sets. So we're just hoping that we can run dries. If tomorrow it starts raining again, there's no time, we have the intermediates, really. But let's cross fingers, because we have so much work to do, and then we have so little time. We have now Fernando in the car. In the afternoon, Lance will come. Tomorrow we'll swap drivers again. So we just hope for dry weather. It's going to be cold, that's for sure. I mean, I've been testing all my year in Spain, all my life in Spain, pre-season testing, and I had to go through the jokes of, you know, all the British people saying it's rain in Spain, we come to Bahrain and it's rain in Bahrain, you know, so.
I know, I couldn't believe the forecast. Look, and you mentioned, of course, you have a lot of work to do. I know we had very reliable running yesterday, but for Aston Martin, it was the fewest laps. Can you just explain some of the challenges and issues perhaps you saw yesterday that you've been trying to overcome since?
Yeah, I mean, there were just, I mean, it's just some minor issues, technical issues in the morning. The afternoon was mainly related to the power cut that affected the telemetry, so for precaution we were not out, and for 1 hour. So we lost a lot of laps, you know. I mean, Fernando did 46, Lance did 39, so we are just behind schedule. That's why we are praying for dry weather. But it's the same for everyone, you know. We just didn't accomplish what we wanted yesterday, and we have a lot to do in the next 1.5 days.
In terms of what you are seeing on track, though, are we moving in the right direction in Aston Martin?
Yeah, I think we are learning, you know. I mean, we don't know really, you never know. You don't know your package, you don't know your car, you don't know how it's going to respond to changes. That's what we're learning right now, and let alone how it will compare to other teams. So this is a relative game, you know, we always say, but we are learning and we are happy where we are at the moment.
That's testing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Nobody quite knows where they stand.
No one knows, and especially with there's so many. I mean, it's already difficult to interpret your results, let alone other people's with fuel loads. But now we have so many different compounds. We have only brought the 3 hardest compounds, which are the C1, C2, C3, which are the ones that will race here. Other teams have gone for the C4, C5, C6, so much softer, much faster. So you just have to be very careful with which team you compare in with what circumstances.
Yeah, great stuff. Thank you very much, Pedro. Good luck for the amount of work you've got left to do as well.
Yes, no,
Thanks.
they have. Fortunately, I'm not going to do a lot.
You can just chat to me all day.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect. Back to you guys.
Thanks ever so much, Laura. Thanks, Pedro, as well. I dispute that, Clay. Nobody knows where anyone is in testing. I bet the teams have a bigger handle on it because they've got way more data available to them, Karim Chandler. And also, one thing struck me in that interview from Pedro, who's a past master at the testing interview, you know, when Laura said, are you going in the right direction? Yeah, well, you know, we've got a lot to learn. That's either keep cards close to chest or it's not necessarily all going in the right direction.
I think, though, Crofty, nowadays, because F1 is it's gotten so much closer in the last 2-3 years, right? There's a few factors. One, you only know what fuel weights and engine mode you're running. You don't really know what your opposition are running. And a slightly different engine mode, a slightly different fuel weight, and suddenly there's a difference of 3 or 4 tenths, which, guess what, in current F1 is worth, you know, 5 places on the grid.
Yeah.
First. So I think that's the first point. The other point is that because we've got such a big calendar with such a big variety of circuits and conditions nowadays, as Oscar Piastri gives the "what are you doing" wave to Nico Hülkenberg out on track.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see exactly why that was in a minute.
Yeah, I think, though, just because somebody's quick in Bahrain on a day where it's cold doesn't mean that'll be the case in another track. Here we go.
Watch
down
this.
into
turn 8.
Turn 8. Yeah, Hülkenberg just dawdling. Oh, it touched.
It is contact. That is absolute contact. Did Nico Hülkenberg know that Oscar was there and steaming down the inside? You kind of think he did because he was letting him through.
Yeah. Why is he dawdling on the racing line? Well, it's not quite the racing. He
No,
was
it's
wide,
not.
but I think Oscar went wider than Nico expected.
Yeah, but Nico, to me Nico knows he's coming because he's been told Oscar's coming. He's gone wider to let him through, but he's not. He's done the meatloaf. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, and the third bit should have be a little bit slower on exiting the corner, and you're not going to make contact.
Yeah, or just park it on the right-hand side, so
Yeah.
you're fully off the line and let Oscar go around you. So, yeah, he could have made more of an effort to go fully to the left and stay on the outside.
I tell you what, drone was in the right place though, wasn't it?
It was.
I'm
really enjoying that drone.
Yeah.
Great.
I tell you who'd enjoy that drone, the FIA stewards. Especially if there was a drone like that at every single corner, you could make some proper decisions based on that footage, couldn't you?
That's
no need
true.
for static camera.
Yeah. Here we go.
One overhead.
And this is where Oscar, it's a bit of like indecision. He doesn't quite know what Nico's doing. He's also gone deep, in fairness to Nico. Look how far he is. We just take a freeze frame there.
Yeah.
You know, Oscar's probably 2 cars width away from the inside white line of the apex. So, yeah, but Nico's like he's dawdling along as he's, you know, at this point. Just go fully to the left.
Park it, park it, park it. Oh, don't park it. Bang.
Yeah, I think Nico could have done more move out of the way, but equally Oscar overshot the braking there as well.
Oscar pinning the blame on Nico with that gesture. Any damage, Alex Brundle, to that McLaren car?
Yeah, there was a little scrape on the left front end fence. The front end of it's disappeared off. It's evaporated on access to the garage, as you might imagine, by the time we'd got down here at McLaren. But I just saw it being carried away, and there was just a witness mark, basically, of contact for that McLaren. It's an interesting one, that, isn't it? As we see the nose box there, look, the nose box of that McLaren still with flow vis. That's obviously seeped into the front end of the nose box. The new front wing coming down then for Piastri. It's a bit of a nightmare, isn't it, in testing, because you're obviously trying new parts, and they're going to be relatively low, you would imagine, on specifications of almost everything in terms of spares. You know, you bring one of or maybe 2 of each type of part that you want to try, of course, in a cost cap limited F1 development program, and then and that's about it. So that's that front wing loss for a moment. They should be able, though, to repair that one. The damage didn't look too bad. Even the dive plane that you can now see on the driver's left front of the car was still intact as it went away. So I suspect they'll give that one a clean up, a glue up, and then send it back to carry on testing with it.
Cheers, Alex. Thanks ever so much. Thank you to Bring Me Sunshine, who has tweeted this, Kareem. The Monaco tyre regulation change is just a sticking plaster to cover the fact that the circuit is no longer fit for purpose. Either make the cars smaller, brackets unlikely, or modernise the circuit, brackets impossible. Neither will happen, so lose it and give a proper track a chance. Now, I hate to disappoint you, Bring Me Sunshine, if indeed that is your real name. Mike, I think, is his real name. Monaco's going nowhere, and it will stay on the F1 calendar for a long, long time to come. I think they've just signed a new deal as well. And Monaco is important for many, many reasons. And whilst, yes, I agree, it is not the most spectacular race you're ever going to see in your life, it is still one of the most watchable races because you are never sure what's going to happen at Monaco, given the conditions you're racing under. And Karoon's going to tell me what it's like to be a driver racing in Monaco in a few moments. But Saturday qualifying and the qualifying hour in Monaco is one of my highlights of the season, watching and talking and commentating about Formula One. It is epic to see what the drivers do there. You have to kind of witness it to realise just how tight those streets are. If you haven't, I totally understand that, but I really hope you get the chance at some stage in your life. And I love the Monaco Grand Prix, and I love the history of it. I love going back there year after year after year and seeing what drivers can do on streets, Karun Chandler, that are not made to be racing cars.
But I kind of think that's the point. You know, and those who know me know that I'm a purist to the core. But I think the fact that the cars have gotten so big, I now think it's time for us to evaluate a different layout for Monaco and create some overtaking opportunities, some wider paths.
I agree.
Because anyone who's been to Monaco over the years will notice how much land has been reclaimed out in the harbour. There's, you know, construction going on everywhere. And maybe there's a point where you need to go and just elongate the lap, you know, come down into Portier, turn left maybe, or go out into that new development there, come back into the tunnel. I don't know, just create some part of the track which is wider.
You can widen the Nouvelle Chicane surely as well.
Yeah, but it needs, I think, more. It needs another loop added somewhere just to increase the distance and introduce some wider paths. You still need to have, I think, those big iconic parts, up Saint-Devote, past Beau Rivage, Casino Square, all that stuff. That's part of it.
Turn left at Portier.
Yeah, and then do another loop somewhere. Just make it part, but crucially, it has to be a part, not just more of the same. It has to be a part of the track where it is wider and wide enough to accommodate overtaking with the current cars. That's the problem. The cars are just too big.
I agree. Maybe if the FIA decide that from 2030 we'll go back to V10s with sustainable fuels and the engines get a bit smaller, maybe the cars can get a bit smaller then as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other thing. I don't know why. If we're talking about that for 2030, why don't we do that for 2026?
Well,
I was banging on about this for years, saying I fundamentally think that I'm not a fan of the way we're going for 26.
No, well, you're not wrong. But we're beyond the stage where we can pull back.
Yeah, we can't pull it back. But you know, you think of the hundreds of millions that the engine manufacturers are pumping into making the engines for 2026, only to be told, oh yeah, by the way, 4 years, that technology is going in the bin, we're doing something else. Whereas at least with the current cycle we got now, they had a 12-year cycle, which is worth justifying.
But there's a bit
cost.
of me that says if you can accelerate the development of sustainable fuels and get to a point where you can manufacture more of it, but not use more energy than it takes to make the fuel in the first place, then let Formula One do that, because that benefits the world.
Correct, but I think F1 should be the accelerator, which is why I was banging on about it being the case for 2026, not waiting another 4 years. I think F1 can be key to accelerating that process.
Let's accelerate back down to the paddock. James Vowles, whilst we watch his driver, Carlos Sainz, out on the track, is with our roving reporter, Craig Slater.
Thank you. Yes, I'm with James, who I think looks quite satisfied with how everything's gone so far. I mean, a strange test. You come to Bahrain, you get a power cut, and then you get rain. But are you working through your program okay?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what I look like, satisfied or unsatisfied now. I'm questioning myself. No, as always, it's testing. I mean, what I really love about our sport is I think it's awfully close up and down the field. It's really hard, even for us, to determine where the cars are. Just happy that from the second at our shakedown that we ran the car at the door at 10 a.m, it's been working faultlessly since then, and that's great to see. That's a part of it. It's responding to setup changes. It's windy here, windy and cold and not really normal conditions, so we've got to be a little bit careful judging too much by what's going on, but in terms of our program, we're running through it.
I mean, you look well prepared. You had to make some tough decisions last year. At least those tough decisions are bearing fruit, it would appear now.
I think that's probably a fair way of putting it. As I've always said all the way through, this is always just an evolution of where we were last year. It's the good pathway. We have lots of great people around us. There's some good things to come in our future, but I think a lot of the decisions we took, both structurally within the team, but also with Carlos being here early on last year, are what paying dividends now.
Yeah. His influence, you've talked quite a lot about already. Is it continuing on? I mean, he is putting an extra little bit of spring in everyone's step, his level of professionalism and dedication, and what he's done in this game.
You've summarised it well. Yes, he's continuing to, and I expect him to for years. It's not something that is a one-off or when you turn up. In the garage, we have two fierce drivers who know that they have to up the game against each other continuously. It's the best thing you can hope for. Human beings need to be pushed to get the most out of them, and we have that. And I mean that in every positive sense of the word. There's a spring in everyone's step. I think you put it the right way. I often use body language, but there's a level now of understanding. And almost what I'm now seeing on the other side is everyone has to step up. That's the journey we're on, and let's make sure none of us are held behind.
Yeah, Alex, you sense, kind of needed that. I mean, if he'd been another young driver alongside him, I don't think it would have been as motivating.
No, I think you're spot on. He has a race winner next to him who's not political, wants the team to be successful, and it works well. But Alex knows that's exactly what he needs at this stage.
Yeah, but listen, people, you're on a journey, but you want to make steps along the way, including this season, I'm sure. One or two are already thinking, could you be in the fight as best of the rest between the top four? I mean, is that too peremptory to go along that line?
I think the top four are the top four. I don't think you're going to see...
But beyond that, I guess, the next best, I suppose.
Exactly. What we have to be doing is, the midfield is very tight. I think a 10th separates, if I'm roughly guessing it right, a lot of us. And it's going to be a very close battle. Our job is to make sure we're coming out on top in all of that.
Okay, and just finally, any particular cars caught your eye in terms of having made a step? I mean, McLaren looks good, Ferrari, people are thinking looks significantly enhanced as well. What do you think?
I think you've summarised it. I'd say the top four. So McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull, and Mercedes have all done good work over the winter. I think a lot of people have. We've all moved forward. Look at the times we're doing now, and they're quick, and people aren't yet properly trying. But none of them have caught my eye. I'd say they're all evolutions, and that's a good thing. That just means we're at the end of a regulation set, and I think it'll make an interesting year.
Okay, and just on that, finally, is your year already plotted out in terms of when you bring whichever upgrades, and at what point you will have to switch more full-time to 26?
Yes.
And will there be a lot of upgrades, or do you have to start well, really, I suppose, to ensure it's
anyone doing upgrades will already be in that pathway now, is the best I can tell you. We have our year set, but I'll always reiterate, 26 is where our focus is. Has to be.
Well, listen, I wish you well this year, and for 2026, good to speak to you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yeah, when is that magic moment this year that teams switch off development to look fully into 2026?
I think it depends on your circumstances. If you're in the championship fight, you've got to keep pushing. You know, I'm a firm believer, and it's tough, right? Because it potentially compromises your following year. But bird in hand is worth two in the bush in the championship. History taught us that.
Yep.
Let's look at BMW. You know, they turned off development in 2008 to focus on 2009. Robert Kubica, as the driver, was banging on, saying, no, we should be pushing this year. And they never had another chance to win the championship.
Correct.
That was their chance, and they switched the focus. Conversely, that same year, McLaren and Ferrari kept pushing till the end. Felipe Massa versus Lewis Hamilton in the last race, they were pushing development. But guess what? When you get to the next year, they were nowhere, McLaren and Ferrari. It was Braun GP and Red Bull and Williams and Toyota. So there's an argument for both sides. But I think if we get a situation where, you know, let's say Ferrari versus McLaren versus Red Bull versus Mercedes are in the championship fight for this year, they will want to keep pushing on to the end within reason. Whereas someone like Aston, if they're not in that fight, especially with Adrian Newey coming and Andy Cowell setting up a new structure, their focus has got to be on 26.
The natural break surely has to be the Spanish Grand Prix, with the new, more rigid wings that some teams are going to have to bring. After that, if you're not in the fight, then that's 2026 focus.
Yeah, I think that key point is if you're not in the fight.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. I think but I think the bigger problem is if you are in the fight, then what do you do? Because 26 is such a massive change in terms of engine and chassis range.
So George Russell was talking about this last week, and he was saying about setup of the car and how Mercedes, particularly last year, gained quite a bit by getting the setup right and making sure that if they concentrated on setup at the racetrack, they could still make big gains over the course of a weekend. So even if teams aren't bringing multiple new parts to a race, by delving into their filing cabinets of setup options, then gains can still be made. And is that how you then go and fight that championship battle on the setup and your preparation for the Grand Prix that doesn't include new bits coming?
It's very hard to answer that, Crofty, in a generic way, if I'm honest. You know, you look
answer in an ungeneric way then.
Well, let's look. I'll take Ferrari as an example last year, right? They introduced a new floor in Barcelona, and it introduced a whole degree of bouncing, and you know, and they tried to change the setup of the car to tune it in. They actually, if you think back, I think it was even before, maybe even the year before, Carlos Sainz.
Yeah.
No, it was last year. You know, he actually said to the team to pick the car up in terms of setup, so lift the right eye. So even though it takes away some peak performance, it makes it more usable.
Yeah.
I think that's the example you're saying, is to just make the car more user-friendly, and that is set up and you play around with the various options. But ultimately, the only way they could fix their competitiveness was bringing new bits, which they did for Austin towards the back end of the year. So, absolutely, you know, setup and the work done on the track can unlock a lot of the performance, but really the majority of the performance is found back in the factory.
And it's a factory that you can understand well, because we're working on 2026. And yeah, I said yesterday when you went here, one team principal in the midfield telling me this year, look, we can devote everything for this season but realistically, we're probably going to gain 1 place.
Yeah.
So what's the point when we'll then go backwards 4 steps next year?
And if you're Alpine, if you you're changing engine supply, you need to get the heat exchange numbers from Mercedes, you need to get the cooling systems, you need to get the integration of the new power units and batteries in. There's an awful lot of work for 2026. If you're sitting there as Flavio Briatore and David Sanchez leading the technical side, you go, well, this year is what it is, we'll just power on, but let's hit the ground running next year.
It's interesting, you mentioned David Sanchez as the Chief Technical Officer. This is the first Alpine that's had his influence, his input from the outset.
Yeah.
So, a big year for David Sanchez.
Yeah, and I think, but that is a really good example, actually, I think, of a team who have optimized or tried to optimize the car with setup.
Yeah.
If you look at last year, they this guy in particular, Gasly, in the second half of last year, some brilliant qualifying and really came on strong towards the last 1/3. But that came from unlocking setup and performance and just getting the car more dialed in. So that was a good example. I think David Sanchez, from everything I'm hearing from people at Enstone, both the race team and factory, they've been really impressed with him. They say he's offered a dose of pragmatism and practical thinking of going, right, these are our capabilities. Let's not, yes, we'd love to be like Red Bull and be able to, or Mercedes, and produce this and the other, but actually this is where our capabilities are. This is what our facilities are. This is what our personnel headcount is. Let's try and do this. Let's be sensible.
No, and David Sanchez comes with a reputation, a good reputation too. Was at Ferrari, went to McLaren, quickly found that there was no room at the inn really for him, so McLaren let him go, and he ends up at Alpine with probably a more responsibility and more scope for his talents.
Well, McLaren were spoiled for choice, weren't they? Because I think they, am I right in thinking they got David Sanchez before they realized how quickly they'd get Rob Marshall?
Yeah, exactly.
And then it was just too many people at the top. So I think it's a win-win for everybody.
No, very good point. We have 16 minutes left of this morning session, and then we're at the halfway point of testing 2025.
There's quite a few changes on that Alpine pit wall, isn't it? You see that Julian Rouse is no longer.
Yes.
I did see him there, at least, on the wall. So I think there's also Rob Cherry, who's was chief mechanic, then got promoted up to technically. Oh, you're about to tell me the.
No, I haven't got the official who's who just yet. To be honest, from the teams, it's something I tend to work on when it comes to testing. But I might be able to help you on this one. Julian Rouse. So Rob Cherry's taken race team manager.
Right.
And who else did you want to know about?
But I didn't see Julian on the pit wall there, so I don't think he's there anymore.
I don't know if he is or not.
And he was their sort of sporting director, wasn't he?
Alpine are one of the two teams, actually, I'm kind of waiting on for their full list of a who's who.
Right.
So come back to me on that one. It's one of the testing things that we have to do so that we know exactly who's who and who's speaking, etc., during the course of the year.
Yeah, a few changes on race engineers, isn't there? See, Jose Manuel Lopez has gone to Sauber.
As Gabriel Bortoletto's
race engineer. He worked briefly with Lando Norris as race engineer, but was performance engineer for Lando for a long time. Worked with Bortoletto on the McLaren Young Driver program last year. So he was supporting Gabriel's Formula 2 effort.
That's exactly what you need if you're Gabriel Bortoletto. Gabriel or Gabriel, what do you say?
I went with Gabriel, but is he Gabriel?
Oh, listen. We call him Bibby.
What would the...
Bibby's not a nickname I feel comfortable with.
What would the Brazilians... How would the Brazilians pronounce?
They did say hero. I tell you who.
I'll take Bruno Senna now.
I tell you who's going to know the answer to this one.
Go on.
Because he would have mentioned him just a couple of times last year. Alex Brundle, come in.
Yeah, the occasional mention of Gabriel Bortoletto.
Gabriel Bortoletto. Thank you very much.
That Alpine pit wall, if they'd kept Julian Rouse on it, might have looked like a who's who of sports car operating personnel. The murky bit of Dave Greenwood's career when he went off to sports car racing after sort of the late teens, where he was running Kimi Räikkönen, of course, at Ferrari was working with Manor and United Autosports. He had the misfortune of having to engineer me very briefly as well. So I feel sorry for him on that one, and it's good to see him back up at the pinnacle. I'm checking in, guys, with what Ted has aptly named the Grand Prix of Carlos Sainz, which halted very briefly, but has continued. Luke Browning was sat outside the garage, so I sort of doorstepped him with a I've not got a timing screen in front of me, what's going on, mate, a few moments ago, and told me that basically they're entirely focused now on race running. Did some performance runs this morning though, and that was a really good feel for where the car was at. So sort of the earlier running for Williams was very much reflective at the time, of course, they ran on the compound, etc., of the pace of the car. This running now very much in terms of gathering mileage and data, as you can see from just how many laps Carlos is pounding into the car.
Thanks, Alex. Cheers. Someone has just, I've got the photo up now, gptouring.com has just shown us a little overhead map of Monaco. And you can take a left a bit earlier on before you do the right at Portier. You go past Cipriani's, and then you can go all the way long corner around the kind of roundabout area, and then turn right to the boulevard that takes you under the tunnel, and you can be a lot earlier, so you can be a lot faster in the tunnel. And if you can reprofile the Nouvelle Chicane,
because you can go left more into the harbour. I'm thinking of, you know, like the Spa bus stop chicane.
Yes.
You can make a more pronounced, like, left-right by using a bit more of the land on the left.
Yeah.
And widen it, right? So you get two overtaking corners, one after the other.
I don't disagree with that.
There you go, Crofty. Call the Prince. You're a powerful man. You can make it happen.
Yeah, well, I know one DC's got him on speed dial, but it's not me. it's the other one in Formula One that might have a better chance. I'll tell you what, I'll give David Coulthard a call later. Got an idea for a new game show, or however it used to be. Completely disagree with Bring Me Sunshine to CH. The cars are ridiculously big and heavy. They look like boats. 1995 to 2005 size cars with a roaring V10 engine would solve all those issues. Do you know, I get the feeling, listening to a lot of people as I do, that bringing back V10 solves every issue on the planet, let alone F1. Life was so much better in those days, Karoon, wasn't it?
It had its own problems, but I just think the cars are 200 kilos too heavy now.
Back in the days when Michael Schumacher and Ferrari were winning everything and dominating the sport, no one else got a look in. So much better.
I don't think it's so much that, but I think it's just that the cars, that's what I'm saying, nothing was perfect, right? They've had its own challenges, but I do think fundamentally the cars just, you know, they look more vicious, don't they? They're more agile, they look, you watch it on board from, I was watching actually Jenson Button's pole lap from Imola 2004, and Jenson, you know, arguably the smoothest driver in the history of Formula One.
Yeah.
But the car looks lively. It looks like it's on the edge, and I think we kind of missed that with these benign, heavy cars we have today.
I do agree with you on that. I try to agree with you on most things, not everything, but most
that's
things.
Boring. We should disagree.
Well, we should, but I can't disagree with you on that. and as much as that, yeah, it's a lovely work of art, that floor, to be honest. And maybe we should have the Flovis paint all the time, because it actually highlights the floor a lot better. We can see, you know, the more 3D pronouncement of it.
Ooh, the screens are up a little.
That means they've stopped early.
Yeah.
And I'm not suggesting there's a problem, but something is stopping them coming out. And
well, yeah, they've only done 28 laps as opposed to 70 for George Russell. So
I would have thought that Liam Lawson would have wanted to have been out there for practice start, etc.
Yeah.
And the system testing.
Least number of laps this morning, so I don't know if any of our team on the ground have any information from Red Bull, but yeah, by far the least number of laps this morning, really, so that's not good news for the team.
No, it is not. Oscar Piastri took a while to get out there and get going, but he's now done 42 laps during the course of this morning session.
By the way, I was speaking to some of our friends in Melbourne, Crofty.
Were you?
Saying that the excitement and the buzz around the Australian Grand Prix is off the chart because of this man. You know, he's coming back home. A true Melbourne boy as well, right? He
yeah,
grew
absolutely.
up 10 minutes on the track.
He's the hometown hero.
Genuinely, 10 minutes on the track, and he's now a Grand Prix winner, coming back on a home soil to race for the first time. And it's sold out, apparently. Nearly 500,000 people expected over the weekend.
It's going to be a busy old race, and I tell you what, if Oscar Piastri can win the Australian Grand Prix, it is going to be one hell of a night on Sunday night. By the way, I've got us an invite to a super yacht on Sunday night. Yes, I have.
Where?
Some friends
in
of mine.
Melbourne?
Some friends of mine are bringing a super yacht down to Melbourne.
Wow.
Do you fancy partying like it's Monaco?
I'm in.
Excellent. Alex Brundle, the invitation is extended to you as well. Are you coming to Melbourne?
I was trying to work out how you're going to get away with that throw without inviting me to the super yacht.
Listen, come on.
give you.
We took a vote, and the ayes have it. You're coming to the super yacht party.
Great, looking forward to it. It's only a flight to the other side of the world, but I'm sure it'll definitely be worth it.
It is.
I give you the information on Red Bull. They stopped a decent amount of time ago. Of course, Lawson in that car for the full day today. Then Max Verstappen taking over as he typically does for the final day of testing. But barriers up means floor off. So unclear exactly what it is they're doing. You may be able to pick up that they're firing engines up behind me, but my understanding is they're done for the morning session and have been for the last sort of 30 to 40 minutes. So yeah, a major change at Red Bull, and then you'll see a bit more of them in the later session.
We will find out, I'm sure, a little later on exactly what's gone wrong there. Thanks ever so much, Alex, because it's not part of the testing program whatsoever.
Yeah, not good news. I mean, people have asked me all winter, Crofty, what's the big storylines?
What's the big storylines, Karim?
This man, absolutely number one, wherever you go. I was in, whether you go to Sainsbury's or the local coffee shop or gas station, everyone wants to know, how will Lewis Hamilton get on Ferrari? Absolutely number one story. Second, can Lando Norris win his first championship? He's got to be the favourite, I think, coming into this year off the back of their last year's form.
He's the bookie's favourite.
He's got to be the favourite, yeah. And this is the first time in his career he goes into the season as the favourite. And I think, can he execute that and win the championship? And the third is, can Red Bull recover their form? Yeah. Max sort of limped over the line last year, having built the advantage early on, but won't get away with it again. So that to me is your top three stories into the season.
If Lando Norris is the bookie's favourite to win, and I don't disagree with that, why is Oscar Piastri quite a long way behind in the odds in the same car?
I think they just look at last year's form, wasn't it? And there were, a number of weekends where Lando had a clear advantage. And some of it came from qualifying. There was a delta of about a tenth and a half as the VSC test.
It is part. This is absolutely programmed in. No one's had an off. We're expecting this.
And you know what? That's good for Hamilton to know, because he needs to also, when the VSC gets called, he needs to know immediately which buttons to press to go into the right modes with the engine settings. And the steering wheel is completely different, and it won't yet be intuitive for him to just immediately go into the VSC settings in terms of energy recharge and things like that.
In about 10 seconds time, maybe 15, we should get a red flag as well.
Okay, good. But yeah, I think coming back to the point of Piastri, there was just some weekends where he was slightly behind, wasn't it? So I'm not surprised he's slightly behind on the odds.
If he improves his qualifying in relation to Lando, there's a red flag. And Lando, I think, had the highest average qualifying position of any driver last year, 3.48 on the grid, wherever that is. But if he can be closer to Lando or beat him a bit more occasionally, then I think he has an excellent chance, because I think he is more than good enough.
Well, the highs were extremely high, wasn't it, Oscar?
Yes.
That race in Baku was outstanding.
Yeah.
Budapest was a great race as well.
And I love the way he took the lead.
Yeah.
When the team was saying, be careful, now I'm going to go for it.
Yeah. So, you know, certainly, I thought his highs were extremely high, up there with Lando's. But then you had races like Austin, like Abu Dhabi, you know, where he was, and then he made the mistake in qualifying Mexico. That put him on the back foot.
Abu Dhabi was hardly his fault.
No, but I mean, even up until that shunt of the first lap, he looked a couple deaths behind Lando.
Yeah, well, he was on the front row.
He was on the front row. No, I agree. But yeah, I think Lando just had, across the 24 races, the edge. I mean, the points table tells the story, really.
Well, yeah, and you're right, it does. What I'm trying to say is, if I was having a crofty pound, I'd probably have it each way on Oscar for better value.
Yeah, better odds.
Yeah. So the cars are coming into the pit lane. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because the climax of this morning's session still is yet to arrive. And what will happen now is that all the cars come in because we have a red flag, and then when they're all in the pit lane, the cars will line up, or they should line up at the pit exit. Those that want to go out should line up at the pit exit. We'll have a green light, then we'll have the cars making their way to the grid for a race start. That's the idea. Lewis looks like he's in debrief mode.
Yeah.
And might not want to come back out again. Or maybe they'll all wait until there's a green light and then they'll come back out again. But the red flag, the session has stopped. There'll be no more laps in terms of timed laps. This is what's going to happen in the afternoon. Liam Lawson is going to hope that they fix whatever they need to fix at Red Bull to get him back out on the track again. Green light is now on. Charles Leclerc takes over at Ferrari, Lando Norris at McLaren, Kimi Antonelli at Mercedes and Lance Stroll at Aston Martin, Jack Doohan at Alpine and Ollie Behrman at Haas, Isaac Hadjar and Gabriel Bortoletto at Racing Bulls and Sauber both come in, and Carlos Sainz will continue on his full day of testing. Now, I can't see the pit lane at the moment, and I can't see if any cars are coming out. One would hope that some cars are going to come out and will queue at the end. I can hear cars. Excellent. So there you go. Esteban Ocon and Oscar Piastri to be joined by the
George Russell.
Mercedes and George Russell. And they've switched their engines off because they're waiting now for the green light. And there goes the green light. And this is once again good testing for the teams. So Oscar's turned his engine off to then go through the process of restarting it again on his own, which of course you can do these days.
Yep. And Russell's doing another little practice start there at the end of the pit lane.
So 3 drivers are coming out for the mini Bahrain Grand Prix.
Good.
Well, the mini Grand Prix race start.
I'm excited.
Well,
do you think he'll have a shunt in the first corner?
I do think there is the possibility of that in a few weeks' time, but not necessarily here today. Oscar Piastri's already had one bit of contact. The last thing that McLaren want is to have another major bit of contact. What do you make of this session while they're making their way around? I think for Lewis Hamilton, confirmation that Ferrari does have pace, and Charles Leclerc was showing that yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't watch yesterday as much as you guys did yesterday, but yesterday it just looked like the front of the car wasn't quite there for Lewis. He wasn't able to get the sharpness he wanted on the front axle, but today it certainly looked like, obviously circuits improved and everyone was going a second quicker, but it felt like he had a car underneath him which he could turn and manipulate on corner entry in a way that Hamilton wants. And I think that's an encouraging sign for him and for, well, there's legion of fans out there who really want him to succeed at Ferrari.
There are many, as you rightly say. So here we go. Standing start, ladies and gentlemen.
The Red Bull's got to be the other story, hasn't it, Coffee, the morning?
Yeah,
you know,
only 28 laps.
Not looking particularly quick at any point. That's and the car didn't look easy to drive yesterday. So Lawson have a little spin. Even when Max was there, the lap time was there, but everything I saw in those little bits, just the Red Bull didn't look particularly easy to drive.
I said, and I promised you a standing start.
Yes.
And you're going to get a standing start, and I'm building you up. Anticipation and tension.
This is where Anthony Davidson pretended to be you.
Exactly. Well, you can pretend to be me, but not now because
you're here.
I'm here, and also this standing start is going to turn into a suspended start.
Oh.
Yeah, see, because you've got to test everything. So there goes the green lights, not the lights going out, which means that they'll do another formation lap because what we're doing is we're having an extra formation lap. The start light should have been flashing orange actually, and there should have been information on the messaging system. All of this needs to be done to make sure that we're all ready to go with all the systems by the time we get to Australia. While we're talking about systems, obviously we had a big floodlight failure yesterday. The floodlights are on at the moment. And as much as it was an inconvenience, because we had to extend by an hour and people were literally left in the dark, it's a really good job that didn't happen about an hour and a half later on when it was dark.
Oh, yeah.
Because I thought there was meant to be backup systems in place so that things like floodlights didn't go out. And I get that that area of Bahrain, you know, was plunged into darkness because the power cut out across a wide area. But I thought we had backups.
Yeah.
And I'm just putting it out there, and I don't know what happened. I really don't. But
we haven't seen an issue yet in official sessions.
No, we haven't.
Singapore, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, all of Qatar. So many night races we have now. Vegas, of course. But yeah, that was slightly concerning.
That was my worry with this power cut.
Yeah.
That, hang on a minute, the lights just went out.
Yeah.
And they didn't come back on again straight away.
There was a lot of talk about that, wasn't it, before the first Singapore Grand Prix, 2008.
Correct.
We were all wondering what would happen if the lights, if there was a power cut. And that was, you know, of course, back then the first and only night race ever in F1. It's thankfully never happened.
So in a way, I'm glad it did happen when it did.
Yeah.
And now the focus should be on, right, okay, if that happens again, where's our backup generator? What's gonna occur?
And listen, you know what? The team at the Bahrain circuit, they're amazing, aren't they?
It's sensational.
And I imagine they would have had a debrief yesterday, and even by today there'll be a backup plan.
But it's one of the best run Grand Prix on the race calendar, and it's and 21 years I think we were at Bahrain this year. But it's not just for the Bahrain Grand Prix; it's for every other night race as well. Just to check those systems work.
Well, there's a sort of promoters group who, you know, they meet and discuss things quite often, and I imagine that's the sort of thing which they'll share information about, because it's the sort of thing that can happen to anyone, and you don't want it to happen to anyone.
Esteban Ocon, ladies and gentlemen, is on pole position. He has never had a pole position in his life before. I don't think he's had a front row either. But for the first time this season, we have 5 lights on ahead of the drivers. It's lights out, and away we go. And Ocon literally leaves Oscar Piastri and especially George Russell standing. George, wake up! Season started. There we go. And if George Russell starts like that at Albert Park, well, could be over before it's even started.
But for Ocon, this is the useful exercise to test what the car will be like on cold tyres on the opening lap as well. You know, when you launch off the start, that's why he's pushing on through the first lap here, just to get a feel of what the car will be like. He's not driven a Haas, of course, cold tyres on the opening lap.
Well, he has now, and into turn 8 he goes, and that's where we will leave it, ladies and gentlemen. The ends of the first morning, or the second morning, I should say, the first session of today's qualifying. We are at the testing. We are at the halfway stage of testing 2025. 3 down, 3 to go. And for Lewis Hamilton, fastest time of the day, 1:29.3, ahead of his former teammate George Russell by about 0.4 of a second. That Carlos Sainz time on the C2 tyre, pretty handy really for Williams, 0.7 back. And then Pierre Gasly for Alpine and Fernando Alonso for Aston Martin. Yuki Tsunoda ahead of Oscar Piastri. Liam Lawson ahead of Nico Hülkenberg, and Esteban Ocon with the slowest of the times. Most laps today, George Russell, 71 laps so far in his Mercedes. A satisfying morning for him, and a good morning for his former teammate Lewis Hamilton. Fastest on this first part of day 2 in Bahrain.